Everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name.
It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Wanna feel that rush, rising like the golden sun. Gonna take one touch, lightning lets me know that you're the one. Yeah, you took these rough diamonds, my heart is like a loaded gun, and I'm gonna use that love, I'm gonna use that love. Now we're here tonight, I'm gonna use that love, till it's running dry. I'm gonna use that love, I was empty, so hollow, since you came around. I'm gonna use that love, I'm gonna use that love, use that love, use that love.
We've got the police coming, moving on. We've got the fresh fuel. We got to run away. Police coming, moving on. We've got the fresh fuel. We got to run away. Flashing through the red lights. Police coming, moving on.
Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. Oh my God, it's so loud. Jesus Christ. I need to calm that down. Calm down this mic. Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. Everyone doing well? Everyone doing well? I hope. I hope everyone's doing well. Hi, guys. Hello. Hello, hello. Let's see. Excuse me. Let's see who we have here, shall we? Happy Friday, by the way. Happy Friday. No problems. No problems anywhere. Let's see who we got here today for our Friday stream, right? You know, it used to be that our Friday streams would be our fun streams. So I'm gonna try and make it fun, but God knows it's almost impossible these days to have any kind of fun. But we'll try our best, shall we? Okay, let's see who we have here. We got Outer Signal. Outer Signal, first one in here. Great job, Outer Signal. Bonus points on the next test. Great job, Outer Signal. Sarah's here. Hello, Sarah. Glad to see you here, Sarah. We're going to be talking very briefly today about one of Sarah's ancestors, or relatives, I suppose. So that'll be interesting. Okay, who else? What else we got here? We got Macy's here. Hello, Macy. Love you very much. Love you very much. Mayflower Kid, indefensible, racist, POS clown. I know you're not referring to me, Mayflower Kid, so I won't yell at you. But there are a lot of those, though, right? There are a lot of those out there. Thank you, Mayflower Kid. Yes, thank you, Mayflower. Oh no, what happened, Mayflower Kid? What? Why are you so angry? What happened? Did something happen? Did someone say something horrible out there in the world? Probably. Hello, Macon. Hello, Macon. Hello. Just came off watching an episode of Renegade Cut on the Cult of Work. Happy Fat Friday. Power to the workers. Yes, Macon. Absolutely, comrade. Power to the workers. I got you, Mayflower Kid. Okay. Hello, Victoria. Hello, Victoria. Glad to see you here. LaCroix is here. LaCroix is here. Hello, comrade. Yes. Hello, Revolt. All need to. Hello, fellow revolters. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, AMA. AMA. That little. What is that? Is that a skeleton or an alien? I've never really figured it out. I think it's a skeleton, but I love your little dancing skeleton there, AMA. Hello, Ben Dover. You love clowns? Well, you'd be one of the first people in the world to like clowns. A lot of people hate clowns, but I'm glad you like clowns. Okay, I'm glad that you like clowns. Exactly, Mouser. Why not? Why not state compliance and chill? Why not? We have to stay safe somehow, right? Hello, Pizza That Giant. Hello, hello, hello. Oh yes, Mayflower. Okay, we'll probably talk about that. The thing about Obama. Yep, he's monstrous. Okay, the casualties. We could LaCroix. We could actually. We could actually, instead of saying we're revolters, we could say we're casualties. That'd be kind of funny. It's a skeleton. Thank you, AMA Gaming. I was unclear. Elliot Waffles, the video Trump posted that Caroline Levitt excuses as merely being a parody of Lion King, even though the Lion King doesn't have gorillas or apes. I haven't seen it yet. I just heard about it. I didn't take the time to look at it. Maybe I'll take a look at it. But I have no doubt it's horrifically racist. Okay, guys. So, all right, you guys. So today is Friday. Yay, Friday. We can ignore for a few minutes how the country is. I mean, we're not going to ignore it, but we can, pretend we don't live in a fascist regime. Pizza, you're a god. Thank you very much, Pizza. That means we automatically get the jester hat. Because of you, Pizza That Giant, we get a jester hat. Pizza, are you on our Discord? Because I need to know more about you so that I can ask questions about you in our Kahoot. All right. I need to like learn more about you so I can ask questions about you in the Kahoot because I was thinking, well, I'll talk with you. You should join our Discord if you haven't already or send me a message or something. Okay. All right. So, all right. Okay. All right. So, oh, I'm not saying you should ignore Mayflower Kid. I'm joking. I'm joking because All right. So what we're gonna do is we have a Kahoot. It's our Friday. It's a Friday, which means we get to do our bi-weekly Kahoot. All right. And so we'll do the Kahoot. And then of course we'll talk about all the horrors going on as always. But we have the Kahoot to do. And so that is like the first thing we'll do here, all right, is the Kahoot. How many folks do we have in here, by the way? Do we have enough for me to actually put it up and get people to start signing into it and shit? Should I wait a little bit? Maybe we'll wait a few moments. Okay, we'll wait a few moments. But in the meantime, I'm going to let me quickly look up what the Mango Mussolini did. What did the Mango Mussolini post that was so ridiculously racist? I'm curious. I'll look it up. Honestly, I'm not Mango Mussolini. Oh god, I even wrote Mango Mussolini. Trump post Obamas. Now, um, yeah. Now I will say, guys, if you noticed, I don't seem that ruffled by this, and it's not because I don't think it's horrible, but like this is like standard fare, isn't it? Recently, isn't this pretty standard fare? Like I know maybe I shouldn't be so not numb to it. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah, that's extremely racist. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. That's really, really racist. Very, very racist. That is just leaking racism. Yep. Okay. I'm not gonna show that on screen here, but that is horrific. All right. Yeah, I mean, guys, like, yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but we live in it's a white supremacist regime that is absolutely awful, and not only, by the way, has been posting images like this, but has actually been killing people, um, and has Donald Trump himself has frequently made statements about minorities, saying that Somalis are low IQ, or saying that people that come into the country are all rapists and things like that. Like, okay, pretty gross stuff. And yeah, we need to do something about it. Okay, we need to do something about it. All right. Yeah, this was very standard fare during Obama's term, but I'm not saying that this is like good. It's bad. It's horrific, obviously. Um, I will say this though. I've started to become I'm somewhat annoyed that I opened up all the news channels this morning and this was like the main thing everyone was talking about. Okay? I know I might sound like an asshole by saying that, but okay, yeah, he posted something on social media that was extremely racist, which is very common for him to do. He's a horrible human being. Meanwhile, meanwhile, right, the Epstein files are out there. We are being killed in the streets. And if you're worried about an image he posted about black people, he has actively killed. He is actively killing minority groups and assisting other regimes in killing minority groups like the Palestinians and things like that. And he is literally imprisoning minorities all across the country in concentration camps. Okay, so it's sort of a safe. It's kind of an easy win for the media, though. Of course, like and they should talk about it, but that they feel comfortable talking about the image he posted. All right, okay. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. I know, Meowzord. That's why. Guys. Let's be clear. How about say and he has killed instead of but? Uh, yeah. Well, I mean, we could do that too, Mayflower Kid. Um, yeah, they'll do anything to talk about anything other than Epstein. Guys, like, do we think that he may have posted this on purpose? Like, at this point, he always has a distraction. I think he knows that there'll be a media circus around it. I really do. Okay. And correct outer signal. Obama is a worthy victim. Remember what we said yesterday. Obama is a worthy victim. And guys, he is a victim in this. Black people generally are a victim in this image. But anyway, so that does not mean that. Okay, exactly. So anyway, I feel bad. I feel like I'm downplaying this. You guys don't know I'm not, right? I'm like, obviously, the president is a racist, white supremacist monster, as is most of his regime. And okay. And remember, folks, they've been posting white nationalist memes and songs and things like that all over their propaganda sites, like for this whole time. So, okay. But the media does have a fixation specifically on what Trump does, like some of the less bad things he does. Not that it isn't bad, but you see what I'm saying, okay? All right. Anyway, so TJ, yeah, for those that are just coming in here, Trump posted a very, 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 very racist, very old-fashioned racist meme or whatever, I guess you want to call it, image on, I don't know, Truth Social, depicting Obama. And well, you guys can look it up. I don't even know if I want to give it airtime by talking about it, but it's very, very, very racist. Okay. So we're just talking about that real fast. Okay. All right. So let's get on here, guys. So let us do let's see here. What is it called? Our Kahoot. All right. We got a Kahoot. Yay. Oh God, now I feel bad celebrating. Fester the Jester. Thank you, Roy McClon. All right. Oh no, you're fine, TJ. Okay. So let's get on to the Kahoot, right? We'll go on to the Kahoot. Macy, we can do the Harambe. You know what? Macy, we'll do that first. We'll do the Harambe video that you sent, Macy, and then we will get into the we'll do the Kahoot, because I want to make sure there's people here so that they don't miss it. Did you send it in the reactions there, Macy? Let's see here. What's this, Macy? Oops, give me a second here. Oh, okay.
If you want to inflict
it's too long. Okay, we'll watch that later, Macy. We just can't do. We just won't do it right now. All right, so guys, let me show you the your first Kahoot virtual violence. Okay, let me show you the page here, and we can get into the Kahoot. Here we go. I will paste the link up here in the chat for both Twitch and YouTube. There is the link. You can just click on it to sign in to the Kahoot if you'd like. I will put on the music here. And as always, guys, the winner of the Kahoot will be crowned the King of Fools for the next 2 weeks. Mayflower Kid, forgive me. Mayflower Kid, forgive me. This is a safe space. I apologize if I took out some of my frustrations on you too, Mayflower Kid. I totally understand how you feel, okay? You can, of course, Mayflower Kid, you can express yourself as much as you want, all right? That's okay, Fox Emblem, I got you. You would win anyway, Fox Emblem Kid, so everyone here is lucky that you're not joining. Okay, folks, please join. We got, Paleo Dog. Yay, Et tu, Brute? I love all the references. We got LaCroix, we got Virtual Violence, we got TJ. All right. Yay, guys. Everyone should be happy, though, right? You know, we're living in a fascist regime. But hey, it's a Friday. It's a Friday. A lot of us get to, I hope that a lot of you, or at least some of you, get to remove yourself from the capitalist machine for a day or two because it's a weekend. I hope so, but God knows, in the environment we live in, no one is exempt, okay, from slaving away for the owning class. Okay, so let's Druzilla, worthy victim, Tomation, Paleo Dog, Etu Brute, okay, LaCroix, virtual violence, TJ. Anyone else want to join? You can either click on the link I just put in the chat. Okay. Oh, it is. Is it really Super Bowl weekend, guys? This is why I sports are not my thing, really. I didn't know it was Super Bowl weekend. I wasn't even paying attention. So so it's Super Bowl weekend. Who's playing? Is Tiger Woods playing against someone or something? I don't know. What sport is this? I don't know. Who knows? Are we gonna see the Dodgers beat the White Sox or something? Okay, I'm joking. I know exactly that. I know it's football. Okay, I know it's American football. All right. By the way, I'm saying American football because I know the people from Europe out there will be like, football is what we play. That, of course, is just factually wrong. It's soccer. It's not football. But I can't, I'm not going to change people's minds, though. The Patriots versus the Seahawks. Mayflower Kid, who do we think is going to win? Who do you think is going to win? Whoopsie, pupsie, poopsie, whoopsie, poopsie. Elliot Waffle, I love that. Tomation, Paleodom. Is the flower headpiece a Nazi reference? What flower headpiece? What the hell are you talking about? Okay. I don't know. What? I don't see anything. I think you're losing your mind there, Victoria. You're losing your mind. Nobody cares about the redcoats again. Of course you're pro-Patriots, Mayflower Kid. I lived in Boston, so I know how. Body Swap is here. Hello, Body Swap. Always glad to see you here. Always glad to see you here. You always know I'll find a way to talk about scrums now, TJ. Now that I know what a scrum is, we'll always talk about it. And we'll be talking about a scrum. So, guys, those who haven't joined yet the game, please, here, I'll put the link again. Join our game. If the winner will be crowned King of Fools for the next 2 weeks. Okay, so there we go. Join the game. I just put the link in there. I'll give a couple more minutes here. Give a chance for people to come in here. By the way, folks, if we get 2 more super chats, I'll put on the Jester collar. And please hit the like button if you haven't already. That'll help get more people in here. Okay, yay, guys. Oh my God, I'm so excited for all the horrors that await us. Okay, yay. By the way, today we have a full slate. We are going to be doing our bi-weekly Kahoot. Then we will be discussing a few things, some news items, which I haven't really prepared for. So we'll find out what news we're going to cover as I find them. Also, we are going to talk about someone who I don't know much about. His name is James Talarico. And I keep hearing liberals and left-wing people talking about him, and I want to learn more about him. So we'll do some investigation into this James Talarico figure. I guess he's having some sort of important primary going on over in Texas. So we will see. We'll talk. I'll do some research into James Talarico. Maybe you guys can tell me what you've heard about him, because I don't know him very well. I don't know much about him. I did hear that he's not accepting corporate PAC money, which is nice. And I know people have told me about him before, but I haven't looked into him, so we'll see. All right. Has anyone here heard of James Talarico? Kermala. Okay. He's just a Christian liberal. Okay, Foxem. Well, okay, I'll take a look at him, but you don't know a thing about him either, virtual violence? Okay, we'll take a look. We'll take a look at him. All right. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone ready? Do I need to wait any longer? How many people do we have here watching right now? We only have 15. Okay, I don't know. Where did everyone go? Was there a notification? I don't want anyone to miss out on the opportunity to win. Did everyone... let me quickly check to make sure there was actually a notification over on... Oh, there was. Okay. Huh. Guess we just don't have many people today. All right. Who's that? Someone just sent me an image of a very adorable dog, and I don't know who sent me that image. Anyway. Okay. So, politician, the publicity. Okay, well, where'd your face go there? And any American politician that publicly and consistently takes the right stand on Gaza is worth at least a partial damn. Okay, we'll take a look. That's for sure, Outer Signal. We'll take it. Does he have a good position on Gaza? Moose sad. Oh, okay, everyone ready? 30 seconds. Oh, we lost someone. Someone disappeared. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24. You know what? I'll just give a second, one more second here. Hello, Mr. King K. Welcome, Mr. King K. Hello, Mr. King K. All right. That's funny, Victoria. So in Talarico in Portuguese is someone who steals or is a traitor. That's funny. Huh. Really, Tomation. I wonder if I'm shadow banned. That's possible, Tomation. It's possible that I'm shadow banned. That you don't see. Does anyone else not see my feed on YouTube when I go live? Does anyone else not see my feed? Okay. So everyone ready? Let's get into it. 10 seconds. 10. We got 12 people playing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone ready? Let's go. Everyone, let's start. Oh, you do, Macy? Okay. So here we go, folks. Kahoot time. Woo. You did? Okay, good, good. Excellent. All right, here we go. So as always, folks, there is not a, you have 30 seconds to answer the question. It is based on, okay, which of the following is not one of the elements of a document that historians analyze? Which of the following is not one of the elements of a document that historians analyze? We talked about this when we were looking at the Epstein files, guys. As always, some of them will be harder, some of them will be easier. Here, Matt Saigai, I'm reposting the link. Here you go. There's the link, Matt Saigai. That should get you to it. Welcome, Matt Saigai. Okay, this might be a harder one for some folks. Is it corroboration, text, context, or untext? All right. Corroboration, text, context, untext. Ooh. Okay, let's see here. Good. All of you got it except for one person. We got the correct answer is untext. The four things that a historian looks at is text, context, subtext, and corroboration. Okay? Yay! You all know it. Okay, you're right, Rick. Okay, there you go. Right. So next one here. Next. Oh, you know what? I'm not even going to list the people who got it. Almost all of you got it. So we're not even going to play with it. We're not even going to play with this. All right. We're not even going to play with this. Next. Figuring out when a document was written and how it affects the content of the document is called what? Figuring out when a document was written and how that affects the content is what? Is it the text, the context, the subtext, or the corroboration? I know these are kind of boring questions, but don't worry, folks. We'll get around to some questions that impact you, okay? You know, I don't think any of the people here... Well, okay, never mind. I'll wait. There are, of course, questions about some community members. I don't know if any of those community members are here right now, though. That's unfortunate. We'll see what happens. Well, I think I know one of them is here. I'm pretty sure one of them is here. Okay. Correct the context. Great. Great job. Oh, wow, you guys are doing well. I'm proud of you. AT, worthy victim. Et tu, brute, virtual violence. Elliot Waffles, paleo dog. Ah, Drusilla Lacroix, Tomation, Moose sad. TJ. AT. Okay, we already got those. Excellent. Next one here. All right. That's okay. This hero is our resident troll. She is a doctor, loves insulting CR, and lives in Vermont. Like the stream, vermin. Like the stream. Oh, I got you, man. So, like the stream, vermin. Who is it? Is it your brethren, Lee Lane, who's also known as Macy's also Mr. King K, or Mayflower Kid? Ooh. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? This hero is our resident troll. She is a doctor. Okay. The correct answer here, folks, was Mayflower Kid. Okay, Mayflower Kid. Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. You're all vermin, and you need to like the stream, because that's what Mayflower Kid would want me to say. Is Mayflower Kid even still here? She was here a second ago. Did she leave right when I asked a question about her? Okay. Who? Okay. Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. No one gets a boop. Okay, but I will say at least 5 of you got it right. So let's see the 5 people that got it right. Mayflower Kid, Et tu, brute, Elliot Waffles, Paleo Dog, and you all get a boop. Boop from, Mayflower Kid got it right. Mayflower Kid gets a boop, boop. Et tu, brute gets a boop, boop. Elliot Waffle gets a boop, boop. Paleo Dog gets a boop, Boop. And Ah gets a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy, hello. So glad you're here. All right. Next. Well, I guess Mayflower Kid is here. Here we go. The primary way the corporate media makes money is by selling what? The primary way the corporate media makes money, it's kind of a trick question, kind of. I know, Mayflower again. Is it subscriptions, the news, audiences, or none of the above? It's not really a trick question. I shouldn't put it that way, okay? Now, we talked about this yesterday and briefly. So, what is the main thing that these big companies sell in order to make money? Correct. Audiences. There you go, Mr. King K. Hatred. Audiences. They are selling an audience to advertisers, right? Great job. Most of you got it. Most of you got it right, okay? Souls, right? Meow sword, okay. Oh my god, okay. You got AT, worthy victim, Et tu Brute, Paleo Dog, La Croix, Moosad, AT, we got it, okay. Paleo Dog has the highest answer streak with an answer streak of 4. Paleo Dog, you know we love you. We love you. Dolly Boy, thank you for the resub, really, thank you. I only just noticed it. Thank you very much, Dolly Boy. You know I love you, Dolly Boy. Forgive me for ignoring you. Let's go on. According to the propaganda model, how many filters does the news pass through before reaching its audience? And this is in like the corporate media, by the way. All right, this is in the corporate media. What do we think here? Is it 4, 5, 6, or 7? I know this is stupid. This is like, who cares? Who cares of the exact number? But whatever. I'm in charge here. I do what I want. All right. Ooh, we got some pauses. People are oh my god. So, most of you got it wrong. That's okay. That was a harder one. It's 6. It's 6. Okay, it's 6. You know, I bet a lot of you just guessed because, like, who remembers an exact number? It's 6. All right, it was 6. We went through 6. And let's see here who got that one. We got Et tu Brute, virtual violence. And Drusilla. Et tu Brute has a streak with 5 correct answers in a row. Well done, Et tu Brute, all right? Well done. Who is Et tu Brute? You don't have to tell me. But I love the Julius Caesar reference. It's a great story. I used to have my students read it. Love Julius Caesar. Not the man, the story. Even though he's made out to be a good guy in Shakespeare, kind of he is. And okay, anyway, I could rant about how Shakespeare. Anyway, I love Shakespeare. Okay, here we go. This hero has a lot of adorable pets, does a lot of baking, and their nails are always on point. Here's an image of one of this hero's cute little pets with the hero's nails in the screen. Unfortunately, I don't think this hero is actually in the stream today, so they won't be able to see that I asked this question. Oh, perfectly. I guess. Never mind. Maybe they are here. I don't know. So who is this? Who is this? This hero has a lot of adorable pets, does a lot of baking, and their nails are always on point. Okay, that correct. It's Fetty Spaghetti. Fetty Spaghetti. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Fetty Spaghetti. We love Fetty Spaghetti. Go check out the pets channel over on our Discord. Fetty Spaghetti has a whole menagerie of animals. All right, whole menagerie of animals. Okay. All right. Okay. But I'm not social. Unfair. Okay, that's fine, Drusilla. That's okay. That's okay. I forgive you. All right. Everyone ready? All right. AT, Mayflower Kid, worthy victim, virtual violence, paleo dog. Drusilla, Moosad, AT. Has the highest answer streak of 6. Dear God. Dear God. Has the highest answer streak of 6. Well done, All right. For the sake of my voice, I'm not going to yell it every time. The United States is a functioning meritocracy. True or false? The United States is a functioning meritocracy. True or false? The United States is a functioning meritocracy. False. Whoever said true, just shame on you. Shame on you. By the way, folks, I really could have replaced the word meritocracy with almost anything. Well, okay, there's some words I could have put there, but like the only word you really had to know in this was functioning. Is the United States a functioning anything? Well, I guess it is functioning for a small group of people. But anyway, moving on. Yes, Outer Signal, the greatest meritocracy in the world. Very, very true, right? Great, great, great fun. All right. There you go, Mr. King K. So I really could have replaced it with anything. All right, next here. Everyone got it basically except for one. Has an answer streak of 7. Dear God. Well done, Everyone ready? Next one is which of the following words refers to a government by the least competent and capable citizens? Is it a meritocracy, a kakistocracy, a technocracy, or a democracy? All right. Is it a meritocracy, a kakistocracy, a technocracy, or a democracy? I talked about this briefly. Ooh, only 8 answers. People don't know this one. That's okay. I guess I didn't talk about it that long. Meritocracy, technocracy, democracy, kakistocracy. Oh, wow. All of you got it right. All of you got it right. Okay. I shouldn't have been like, I don't think anyone knows it. You all know. Okay, I know, right, Mr. King? Cuck. All right, I said cock. Okay, I'm not going to say that. People are going to think. You would think, TJ. You would think, TJ. That's okay, Jonas. Jonas, here, I'll put if you want the link is here, so you can still join and still play along if you want to. You don't have to, though, but here's the link. All right, boop. All right. Anyone else who wants to join? So there we go. Everyone got it. Virtual violence just hit an answer streak of 4. Amazing. Hello, Arvin. Hello, Arvin. Welcome, Arvin. Great to have you here, Arvin. All right. Okay. So moving on. Gluteomyalgia's here. Hello. This hero was able to liberate herself from primitive Baptists, knows a lot about religions, and makes good music. There, exactly, Dolly Boy. Okay. Oh, you're right, Drusilla. You probably all were Googling the answer. How dare you? All right. No cheating out there. No cheating. This hero was able to liberate herself from primitive Baptists. Knows a lot about... Okay, good. You guys know it. That's A Bright Love. Bright Love over there on our Discord, often in the streams. I don't think A Bright Love is here today, though I was wrong with Fetty Spaghetti previously, so maybe A Bright Love is here, but I don't see A Bright Love. So anyway, A Bright Love. Okay. All these folks got it right. Basically, most people here. All right. Paleo Dog. Okay. Paleo Dog. Drusilla, Tomation, AT, Mayflower Kid, Worthy Victim, Et tu, Brute, etc., etc. Okay, let's go on. This principle states that within any meritocratic system, people will rise to the level of their incompetence. Is it the Peter principle, the Mark principle, the Henry principle, or the Sarah principle? So this is okay. I know you're all Googling out there. You know what? I'm going to need to make it shorter next time. I'm probably going to need to make it 20 seconds. Okay, Captain. Okay. I'm going to need to make him at 20 seconds next time, or 10 seconds, just to force you all to answer off the top of your head. I need to be harder on you people so that you can't Google the answers. Or maybe I should set a time limit. Make it based off time so that the people that answer faster get more points. Oh, okay. You know what, TJ? I swear to God, TJ. I swear to God. Okay. I forgive you though, TJ, since you introduced me to that rugby thing. All right. The Peter principle. That's correct. Okay. You all did pretty well, actually. I'm surprised given, okay. So, but most of you got it wrong, but still, 5 of you got it right. Okay. Shame on those who got it wrong. I'm going to do a brump on all the people who got it wrong. Okay. But as they say, folks, in the education system, if most of the class gets it wrong, it's probably the teacher's fault. So I'll blame myself, but I'm not going to because I'm perfect. All right. Next one here. The 5 that got it correct here are Mayflower Kid, Worthy Victim, Et tu, Brute, Elliot Waffles, and Drusilla. Oh my God. Well done. Well done out there. Drusilla has the highest answer streak of 6. Dear God. Guys, this is what social democracy does for you. Like, Drusilla, like, look at that. Look how bright she is. And it's all because she lives in a social democracy, okay? You know what, Dolly Boy? Bonk! That's what you get, Dolly Boy. Everyone ready? Go on, okay? This is why we need to support a more socialized system. It'll make you more right on the quizzes. Okay, next here. Where was this picture taken? Where was this picture taken? Where was this picture taken? And yeah, right, Dolly Boy. I hope it hurt. Okay, correct. Whoever just said I hit students, hitting students. Just like my school days. There you go, Mr. King. Is it nostalgic for you? Okay. There you go. Okay. Good. Most of you got it. Good. I was hoping that those images traumatized you enough that you would remember where it came from. Okay. That would be the Belgian Congo, also called the Free State of Congo, which was owned. Someone tell me in chat. You get a bonus point. You get a bonus boop if you tell me in chat right now what was the name of the king of Belgium that personally owned the Belgian Congo. AT, worthy victim, et tu brute, vice men. There you go, Jonas. You got it. Leopold, King Leopold, disgusting human being. Hey, Lamira, it's okay. I forgive you, Lamira. I forgive you. Okay, I forgive you. And here, Lamira, if you want to join in still, here's the link. Please join in, Lamira. All right. Okay. So I miss getting hit by the socialist rule. Okay, so you all get a boop. You get a boop. Outer signal. Boop. Jonas. Boop. London. Boop. All right. And remember we were talking about worthy and unworthy victims? The Belgian Congo is a perfect example of people that are viewed as unworthy victims. Okay, Hassanabi was recently banned from Twitch for referring to Zionists as what? What did Hassan refer to a Zionist as to get him banned from Twitch? I won't say it aloud, but you all know. You all should know what he called them. Not because I don't agree with him, but because I don't want to get kicked off Twitch because I don't have the power and money he has. So I will not be allowed back on probably if I say it. All right. Yeah, exactly, Dolly. Boy, you learned the concept. Great job. Right. There are worthy and unworthy victims. Yes, that is the correct answer. Right. That is the correct answer. Well, no, though, yeah, okay, virtual violence, you're right. Or let's put it this way, they might know what it is, but they don't really care. They just conflate it with, okay, let's not get into it right now since I'm on Twitch and because I'm selfish. But okay, moving on. Everyone here got it right except for like one or two people. Great job, everyone here. Mr. King K, you said it, I didn't, and I agree. All right. I completely agree. Everyone should read what Mr. King K said because it's true. And yeah, there you go, Jonas. All right. Okay. So there we go. Everyone ready? Drusilla has the highest answer streak of 8. One more sign of the benefits of social democracy over there, folks. Yay. And pickled fish, which I'm sure is also very common over there. Okay. So here we got in Plato's allegory of the cave, what do the chained up people watch? Okay. What do they watch? Nothing, shadows, puppets, mirrors. What do they watch? What are they like looking at and watching all the time? Okay. What do the people... And by the way, I put Plato in the search engine and all that came up was correct. It's shadows, guys. It's shadows. They watch shadows on a wall that is cast by the people in power. Okay. You haven't heard this one? Well, virtual violence. Try harder next time. Shame on you, virtual violence. Okay, yes, it's shadows, okay? And what does Plato say we need to do? We need to break the chains and leave the cave and not adhere to what the shadows are being shown by the powerful. Okay, Lacroix, Tomation. Oh, AT's making a comeback with 3 right in a row. AT, great job. Now, that reminds me of Star Wars, like AT, you know? Anyway. Elliot Waffles, Paleo Dog. Drusilla, boop, please. Who gets a boop? Boop. Whoever asked, anyway. Lacroix, Tomation. Excellent job, everyone. Excellent job. We continue now with the next one. This hero is mysterious. He has a cat with a floating head, always sends the best music and videos, and loves languages. Ooh. Here's an image of the magical cat with a floating head that belongs to this hero. All right. And it is adorable kitty with a floating head. Is it Paleontology Dog? Is it Meowzord? Is it Marcellus? Or is it Big Braden? I don't know much about this community member, but this community member contributes a tremendous amount to the community and has the most adorable free-floating head cat in the world. Okay. Oh my God. Okay, Meowzord, take a look at this. Look at this, Meowzord. Most people voted you, and I wonder why. Might it be the meow in your name? Of course, a big issue here, folks, is that this person One of the reasons why the people might not know paleontology dog is because paleontology dog is so mysterious and hangs out in the background, but it contributes a lot to the community. Only 3 of you got it right. Shame on all of you. How dare you not know paleontology dog? Paleontology dog, you will pop up in our late night streams sometimes too, and like send amazing music, and then has been in the mainstreams sending us great videos and stuff. So you all should know. You all should know. Join the Discord. Look around. Okay, learn something. All right. Um. Okay, so that would be paleontology dog. All right. All right. Shadows. How dare you, Captain Hoder? Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Uh. Had a hunch it wasn't Meowsword since you didn't mention the rabbit lady incident, right? Okay. No, I don't think I have, Druzilla. I would like to see that, though. Okay. Mayflower Kid, Et tu, Brute, and Paleo Dog all got it correct. Well, I would hope you got it right, Paleontology Dog. Okay. And Mayflower Kid, etc., and Et tu, Brute. Next. True or false? CR is better than all of you, and you should uncritically believe everything he says. True or false? True or false, CR is better than all of you, and you should uncritically believe everything he says. You know what, guys? You didn't need to capitalize that when you said it in chat, okay? That was rude. That was rude. You didn't need to capitalize it. Okay, who the hell said true? Mira, did you do it? Who the hell said true? Okay? No. Bad. All right? How dare... Okay, you know what? Shame on all of you. Shame on all of you. Who are the traitors? Everyone should have said false. Okay? We do not accept bootlickers in this community. All right? Yeah, it was probably Nathan. Nathan, are you here? Was it you, Nathan? Okay, shame on you. Okay, I know 3 of you are just joking with me, or you might have thought that I would only mark that one right because I'm an authoritarian. Okay, fine. For those that did say yes, though, true, boop, there you go. All right? That you know it, outer signal. You know outer signal. Okay. See, look, I even rewarded the people that said yes. So this is called the authority abuse, right? Abuse of my authority and power. Okay. All right, let's see here. Good. All of these folks got it correct. You do not, and by the way, you should, of course, not Mayflower Kid, how dare you? You should not, of course, fully trust anything anyone says on the internet. And I want this to be like a community, a collective community. I know it's not yet. Okay. I know that as of right now, I have more power and crap like that, but I do want it to be more collectivist at some point. Okay. And as you know, guys, Lamira, you live in the US, right? So no wonder you love them. You kind of have to, don't you? I hope the FBI isn't listening. You love authoritarianism, right? Okay. All right. So we'll go on. In the future, I'm gonna try and make this a co-op. What is the capital of Scotland? What is the capital of Scotland? I know we didn't talk about this, but is it the Isle of Man? Is it Lancaster? Is it Edinburgh? Or is it Inverness? What do we think, guys? Ooh. Okay, Edinburgh, right? Now, that is the capital of Scotland, right? Like, obviously, London is the capital of the UK. But, okay. Yes, okay. Ew, chat, stop. I knew that. I knew people would be upset with, how dare you, virtual violence? Who just said I'm a pig? Matt Sai guy. Quiet, piggy. Quiet, piggy. All right? All right. You're all mean to me. I hate you all. All right? I hate you all very much. Okay? Shame on all of you. And guys, we really ought to view Edinburgh as the capital of the whole UK, because like Scotland is like has such a love affair with the UK. And really all the credit for the UK should be given to the Scots, because they are like, what was that one guy's name? Oh, that's right, William Wallace, one of the best Englishmen I've ever seen in my life. Really, really loved, really wanted an England dominated, or I'm sorry, really wanted to see, okay, you get what I'm saying, but just, okay, respect the Scots for their creation of the UK and their love of it. All right. So moving on, I hope you all know I'm joking. That's fair, Jonas. That's fair, Jonas. Okay, now of course here comes Jonas with his English bias, hating the French and shit. Yeah, okay, God, all you English people out there are gonna be like, we hate the Scots because they allied with the French. Okay, God. All right, moving on. We got here. This city is the most holy city of Islam, and Muslims everywhere face in its direction when they pray. Blows Against the Empire. Thank you. Thank you, Blows Against the Empire, for the $5 donation there. Really. Thank you. Glad to see you here. Okay. This city is the most holy city of Islam, and Muslims everywhere face in its direction when they pray. Okay, good. Everyone but one person got it right. The correct answer is, in fact, Mecca, right? Mecca, which is where the Kaaba is located. Right? Oh, only greater than the love Scotland had for England is Cromwell. Oh, of course, a mad scene. Of course. All right. Here we got 3 in a row. I know Dolly Boy hates me right now. Okay, Dolly Boy hates me. Okay. 3 in a row. Elliot Waffles is back in the game. Okay, you know what? Afro Brit legend. That sounds awesome. I don't know who did that. Okay, really, thank you. Okay. Jeffrey's rug, you mean? There you go. Everyone ready? Okay. What kind of cancer was recently successfully cured in rats? What kind of cancer was recently successfully cured in rats? Dollywood. That sounds amazing, Drusilla. I want waffles. All right. What kind of cancer was recently cured in rats? All right. Oh. Ah. Oh. Ah. All right. Pancreatic, correct, guys, which is, I believe, the deadliest form of cancer. It's one of the hardest to, has one of the highest mortality rates, I believe, like that. And yeah, but it was originally cured in rats. Now which is a fantastic, fantastic discovery. And of course, it'll take a long time before they'll have to see if it will work in humans, and they have to do a bunch of other things too. But it's very cool. Okay, very cool. All right. It is not fake news, man. It's like, how dare you? All right. Okay. Mayflower Kid is back with an answer streak of 3, which implies that Mayflower Kid got at least 1 wrong, which is embarrassing. Okay, which is embarrassing. All right. Okay. Just kidding. Yeah, the guy who cured it got made fun of. I know, because human beings are disgusting, but okay. So disgusting. All right. 19. This hero lives in the UK, is learning about politics, asks great questions, and says cheeseburger to enrage CR. I don't think this, well, I don't want to say anything, but. Who is it? Who is it? Who in our community? It's Cody, who I just call Cody, Virtual Violence, Body Swap, or Letitia Jarman. Now, I just realized I had been calling Letitia Jarman Letitia James, and it's really Letitia Jarman. I don't know why I called her Letitia James, probably because that's all I saw, like from a distance, because I'm old. Okay. All right. Oh my God, me too, Virtual Violence. Correct! Cody is the correct answer. And unfortunately, I don't think Cody is here, because Cody is a traitor! Cody's a traitor! All right, so Cody wasn't here, but the correct answer is Cody, right? We love Cody. Doug, I swear to God. Doug, you're one to talk, Doug. You're one to talk. We're both a third of the way to death, Doug. So I think you should, the pot calling the kettle black, Doug. Okay. How dare you, Body Swap? Okay. I need to learn more about you, Body Swap, so I can ask a question about you in the future. Okay. Yeah, Outer Signal, you need to spend more time in the Discord. Where have you been, Outer Signal? You know, Outer Signal, I gave you a gold name, and then you disappear. Like, what's the purpose, Outer Signal? What's the purpose? Okay? What, you think you're Mansa Musa or something? You can just hoard all that gold to yourself and not share it with the community? What's wrong with you? Okay? Anyway, moving on. All right. Okay, true or false? It is possible to be left-wing and fascist. Okay, true or false? Now, oh, really? Okay, well, now I feel bad, Outer Signal. Now I feel really bad, Outer Signal. Okay, you had malaria? Never mind. Never mind. You had a reason. Okay, I feel bad now. I feel bad now, Outer Signal. Okay, you went, Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Okay, dear God. Dear God, we still got one person who got it wrong? I asked this question last time, and then I re-asked it this time just to make sure that people knew it, okay? And yet one person, okay, the correct answer is false, okay? It's always misogynist. It is false. You cannot be left-wing and fascist. By definition, fascism is on the right wing, okay? God. Jesus, okay. Well, those two got it right. Okay, ready? Let's see who won. Bronze goes to AT and Worthy Victim. AT and Worthy Victim get the bronze. Silver, Paleo Dog. And Drusilla goes for the silver. And the gold goes to Etu Brute. Hey! Okay, who's Etu Brute? Who is Etu Brute? Who is it? Who's Etu Brute? Etu Brute, who only got one wrong. Who is Etu Brute? Okay. Who is Etu Brute? Who is it? Victoria? Oh, it's you, Meowsword? Wait a minute. Victoria said win, and then Meowsword said that. Is it Victoria or is it Meowsword? Who is it? I don't know. How do I know, Fetty? Me. Okay, you know what? Everyone's gonna just say it. Now, come on, Mr. King K, don't say that out loud. I might need to be hired again someday. I'm joking, okay. Okay, so it was Victoria. Okay, Victoria! Victoria is the new King of Fools, or should I say Queen of Fools? It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna say you're the King of Fools because I'm a misogynist. So you're the King of Fools, Victoria, all right? I'm gonna misgender you for the sake of the community, okay? Victoria is the new King of Fools, right? And, all right, so congratulations, Victoria. Congratulations to everyone else. The people who got silver, great job, Paleo, and I don't know who the last one was, but great job, okay? That guy, right, Mr. King K? All right. I am not unreal. I don't know about mint press news there. I am not real. I am real, okay? I don't know about it. I have to look it up. Okay, let's take a look here. We got to claim our rewards because, guys, I always want a little bit of a dopamine hit here by, leveling up shit. All right. Okay. Okay. There you go, Fetty Spaghetti. That's for sure. Okay. Oh, yeah, I don't know. We got something, guys. We got a bunch of nonsense prizes for... We got a time machine. I don't know what the F that means. You know what? Does the time machine... Because I would like to be able to see who won in the past. I want a record of who wins. How dare you, Mayflower Kid? How dare you? I will never play this game with... By the way, it's spelled CR, Mayflower Kid. It's not spelled cars, okay? Cheating. How dare you, all right? Oh, wait. I just want to see. Can we see... Ooh, memorable milestones. We've done 10 Kahoots on here. You've explored many subjects, and your favorite one was history. Okay, no, this doesn't help. I wanted to see who won. Oh, I got it. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you, guys. That was lovely. I had a great time. Well, yeah, look, we could go back and warn Bush, but then he would sit there for like 10 minutes in front of kids and not do anything. I know I'm exaggerating. Okay. Right, Lemire, I wish. Okay. Harambe. Okay. So let's, where's my face? Why did my face disappear, guys? Why did my face disappear? You know what? I realized I need to put on the jester collar because of the donation that we received there. So we'll do that. We'll put on the jester collar. Okay, here we go. I'll put on the jester collar. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I will put on the jester collar. All right. There we go. Yay, guys, I got the jester collar on. Yay. Okay. All right, I feel more complete now. I feel more complete. I feel much more complete. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. So, all right, guys, how's everyone doing out there? We have a good game now. For the next 2 weeks, Victoria will be the King of Fools for the first time. Okay, the first time we have a King of Fools. Um, I didn't know lesbians were allowed to be kings of fools, but you know, I'll accept it this time. I won't have to call the Inquisition in. Okay, gross. Okay, so Victoria, you know I'm a horrible person. I apologize. Retro Asher, hello. Retro Asher, you do get 3 times the boops, Victoria. My mistake. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Okay. Okay. So, Victoria. All right. Um, okay. Hey, Cody, where were you? There was a question about you in the Kahoot today, and you missed it. You weren't here for the question. I'm offended. Go back, watch the Kahoot, and see the question that was there about you. Okay? God. Um, Quisling, yes. What do you mean? Will I ever learn more about Quisling? I know about Quisling. I'm going to watch that video. I'm going to watch the thing about Quisling, though, Drusilla. I am. Okay, I don't forgive you, Cody. Shame on you, all right? Shame on you. Yes, Retro, I'm sorry. We already did the Kahoot for the day. I apologize. Maybe I should have waited longer. I maybe should have waited till there were more people in here. My apologies there. Retro, regardless, the winner was Victor. I'm so sorry. Please don't send the Necrons after me, okay? Thank you. I'm sorry, Retro Asher. Okay, so all right, guys, we have a few things to do, right? We're going to talk about a few things, just a few things here. First of all, let us, I don't know, what can we do? We got a few things I want to do here. It's okay. I'll believe it when I see it. I know, Drusilla. I know you will. I know. I think I want to watch it with my dad, though, which will be
nothing
fun.
burger, and it appears
That'll be fun. By the way, are you here, Jonas? Are you here, Jonas? Is there a cheeseburger cult forming in chat that'll counteract the Shrek cult? Like, there's all these like small religious movements that keep forming in this community. All right. So, okay. Are you here, Jonas? I sent you a message yesterday, Jonas, on our on the Discord that I thought you would find amusing because Sam, just unlike the stream retro. How dare you, Mayflower Kid? You know what, Matt Sai Guy, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Okay, so Jonas, hello. How dare you say cheeseburgers? I sent you a cute little message, Jonas, on the Discord that basically told you that your favorite meditation guru was in the Epstein files. Okay, and so Jonas here loves Sam Harris. Jonas has talked previously about how Sam Harris is one of his favorite people, and he thinks Sam Harris is a very moral figure with no biases, and things like that. And so okay. All right. So yes, love Sam Harris. Yes. Okay. Now here's the thing, guys. I know. I'm so sorry, Jonas. I'm joking, by the way. Jonas hates Sam Harris, but I also don't like Sam Harris. I have never liked Sam Harris, and Sam Harris is an atheist, and like he was kind of one of those new atheist folks that was very well, Deepak Chopra is also in the Epstein files. Okay. Okay, and he's also in the Epstein files, Deepak Chopra. Now, I will say there is not Sam Harris, he's in like one email, and it doesn't appear like it looks like he just talked with Epstein. It looks like he just kind of talked with. We don't know if he did anything, but it is kind of weird what he says in the file. Okay. And I've never liked him. He's very condescending, and he's like a murderous Islamophobe. Like, I swear, like I can imagine him. He has like this meditation, have him like meditating and then being like, murder all the children in Palestine, murder, find your center and imagine a guided missile hitting a hospital full of babies. Like, that's the kind of impression I get from him. He is not like, and when he did his atheism stuff, even when he did Yeah, there you go, Jonas. Even when he did his atheism stuff, he would be like, "Oh my God, Christianity is bad, Judaism is bad, but Muslims are evil." Like real weird, extreme hatred. Uh, okay, like extreme hatred. Let me. I'm trying to mimic Sam Harris. That's what he does. He has a meditation app, and like he acts like he's this like cool like meditation thing, but then like secretly he likes slaughtering Muslims. He's just a strange guy. He's a strange guy. Okay, yeah, there you go, Retro Asher. Find your center. Now imagine that center is Gaza. Focus all your energy to make it explode. Yeah, he's like really gross. Yeah, no, you're right, Lacroix. Most of the new atheists were like really, really rabid uh Islamophobes. And guys, yeah, and that they criticize the other religions too, and they criticize Islam, but when they criticized Islam, it was weird. It was like they became demons that just okay. And it's one thing if you're like, I have no problem criticizing every religion, but if you like really hate one over the other, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Okay. Anyway, that's him. All right. That is him. And I just wanted to, for the sake of all of our amusement, uh, okay. Exactly. Meowzord, 100%. So what we're going to do, okay, what we're going to do here is we're going to watch this clip because this is him trying to address the fact that his name is in the Epstein files. And remember, guys, remember how propaganda works, okay? Because first of all, I think you'll all love this. In the Epstein files, like he says some weird stuff. He says like, "Can we get it on tape?" All right? And it's unclear what he's referring to. And Epstein is asking him if he's going to come to New York, and then he responds. Sam Harris responds, "Only if we videotape it," which sounds weird. There you go, Retro Asher. I have a bit of an anti-Christian bias too, right? That's I admit it. Okay. Um, and so let's see how he frames the fact that his name is in the Epstein files. Okay, and how nervous he is, and it's cute. I love it. All right, and how like pathetic he is. Everyone ready? Let's watch.
You may have gotten that wrong. Where do you want to start, Sam?
Well, it turns out that I'm in them, which I was not.
By the way, also, guys, it's the guy on the right. It's the guy on the right whose his face is partially cut off. Also, I want to point out that both of these guys were both saying the Epstein files are a nothing burger. There's not going to be anything in the Epstein files. They have been people saying this whole time that there's not going to be anything in the Epstein files. Okay, they're like this whole time they've been screaming that there's not going to be anything in the Epstein files. All right.
Anticipating. So we should talk about that.
We don't need to
I-
start there. We can come back to that unless you want to start there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, well, we're going to make light
So-
of this because, it's kind of funny the way I'm in them. But
That's an interesting way to frame it. You're already framing it as, "Hey guys, we're gonna we're going to make light of this, right? Because it's kind of funny how I'm in them." Okay, sorry.
I don't want there to be any confusion around, how I perceive the larger issue here. I mean, I'm not, obviously nothing I'm about to say is going to make light of what a monster Epstein was and how good it is that, uh, I mean, in my view, at least, that the files are coming out, and obviously, anyone who participated with his in his actual crimes deserves to be prosecuted and all of that. And I mean, I think we're probably going to differentiate the degrees of culpability that we perceive insofar as we've seen what has been released in this recent tranche. Um,
Also, I just hate the way he talks. By the way, you can tell he's kind of like, not everyone is that culpable. Even though I'm in them, I'm not culpable. Okay, but he's so condescending to the way he talks.
So I think there's a fair amount of confusion around just how implicated people are. But yeah, obviously the man himself was awful and he did awful things. And there are people who enabled those things or participated
Right,
in
Fetty?
the abuse and trafficking of young girls. And it's just, we want nothing but justice for those people.
Oh, a mad scene. Just you wait, a mad scene. Just you wait, a mad scene. Okay, you're not wrong, a mad scene.
etc. And I also don't mean to make light of the people who are like me in these files in a way that is peripheral to one or another degree, and it may be properly fucking up their lives and reputations because people are not disposed to
Right?
differentiate
HTMS.
the degrees of culpability, etc. So, you know, I'm sure I know many, many people who are mentioned in these files because now I see how this is, you know, how the network is kind of strung together based on these email chains, and you know,
He's so
some of them
boring.
are might really be sweating it out for no real reason except they have institutions that are may want to
Fox, some guys, you can see how nervous he is, right? Like, he is nervous. He is terrified. Yeah, like, he is so scared. You're right, Fox. Some of him, he's stuttering. He's like, you know, some people might be sweating it out. Like, oh my God, it brings me so much joy to see him shaking in his boots. Yeah, that's fair, Meow. Okay, that is fair, Meowsword.
fire them as a result of you know, some weird implication that may be meaningless, etc. So I don't mean to make light of any of that, but I'm going to make light of my own situation because I got a big laugh out of it last night. So I do think it's a little too soon to vindicate the proper conspiracy theorists, you know, the pizza gators, the QAnon lunatics, who really are lunatics. I mean, when you look at the rest of what they have
Okay,
claimed as
why are we
true,
talking about QAnon? Why are we talking about QAnon? Why are we not talking about you?
I mean, even if the worst allegations about Epstein or the worst assumptions about Epstein and his network are true, this does not redeem Pizzagate or QAnon. I mean, those people are just mad. I think we should be slow to
Yeah, right,
imagine
Lamira?
that there are a ton of guys out there who want to have sex with 13-year-olds, right? I mean, like that's from what I've seen. I mean, and I don't even imagine that of President Trump as much as I'm capable of imagining the worst about him. I mean, I think he is just a genuinely awful person and a psychopath. Um,
See, like, but it's also weird, guys. Why is he trying to defend Donald Trump? Hmm. Why is he like, well, I can't imagine Trump did this. It's just weird. Uh, it's just weird. He's like, okay.
I don't, you know, I would be surprised. Again, I think there are yet 3 million more documents that have not been released, and presumably those are being held back for
Right,
some reason,
Fetty?
some strategic reason
Yeah,
on
Grim.
the administration's part. So um, perhaps there's worse to come for Trump, but I would find it difficult to believe or to assume that he's the sort of guy that if you put him on an island and handed him a you know a 13, 14-year-old girl, that's the kind of
Yeah, so Meowsword, he said that I can't even assume that of Donald Trump. I don't think he'd go after a 13-year-old girl. I mean, he's a horrible guy.
situation he wants to be in sexually. I mean, I don't think that. I think it's a pretty rare person who shared Epstein's proclivities, right? So my assumption about all of this is still you have a bunch of guys who are eager and to you know cheat on their wives or to sleep with
Okay,
young beautiful women who they don't necessarily want to be seen with in public, but these young beautiful women are
yeah.
not underage for the most part, right? So you have these. I mean, and we can be very judgmental about all this behavior, sure, but I just think it's it still strikes me as extraordinarily unlikely that there are many people who are guilty the way Epstein was of
Really? Really? He's still saying it's unlikely that they're, well, you know, and then he's like, I'm sure a lot of them were of age. A lot of them were of age. And, you know, that's different. You know, I really doubt there's many people guilty of the underage stuff. Okay. Like, yeah, Lemire, it's just weird. He's just a weird guy. And like, we haven't gotten to the part I wanted you guys really to see where he tries to explain away his thing in the files. All
you
right.
know, targeting underage girls, knowingly targeting underage girls. I just think that would be a surprise, and you know, obviously
Really? At
awful
this point, that would be a surprise?
and worth, and because how it's so awful, it is worth investigating to the last line of these emails. Um, and by all means, find all these people. But I will be surprised if we find a lot of those people. What will not surprise me
Yeah, SoCal, you're right. You're right.
is to discover that people like, you know, Donald Trump and Bill Gates and all the other people who are named,
Sword.
are happy to find themselves on airplanes or islands or anywhere else with
Okay, blah blah blah. We get it. 1 second.
20-year-old Russian models who are eager to sleep with them because they're basically functioning like prostitutes, and these guys are pigs.
Okay, I want to get to the good part
That's
here.
that would not surprise me. So and that's what that's what I'm certainly expecting we're going to find evidence of, and that in many cases that's probably embarrassing enough, especially given that many of these guys
Okay,
had
okay, okay.
relationships with Epstein.
I want to get to the part. So he's just trying to explain away the stuff in the Epstein files. I want to get to the part where they talk about his email. Here it is. Okay.
Now we discover that he had sent me an email inviting me.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to take it now? Do you want to read that?
Here we go. So now they're going to talk about
Had sent me an
this is
email
where he's trying to do defense of himself, one of his emails being in the Epstein files.
inviting me. I mean, do you want to take it now? Do you want to read that email?
Yeah, let's start with this. So this is what was discovered. Epstein to you, Sam. We met with John Brockman at the TED event. I thought you might enjoy a dinner with Woody Allen, Chomsky, and me. It should be fun. What do you write?
Right.
By the way, this is May of 2015. What do you write back? Oh my God, you could have been killed for this. You said, only if we film it, smiley face.
Yeah.
Oh my God, how bad this could have been.
What do you mean, Mouse? What do you mean, Strawn Man?
Oh my
Only
God.
if we film it. Meanwhile,
Oh,
this
that's
guy's
brutal.
head must have been.
So it says, guys, this is what
God,
it
how
said in
bad-
the files. Okay. This is what the file with him says. Okay. Give me a
Now
second.
we
I'm
discover
going to go
that
back.
he had sent me an email inviting me. I mean, do you want to take it now? Do you want to read that email?
Yeah, let's start with this. So this is what was discovered. Epstein to you, Sam. We met with.
So Epstein sent this to him. Sam, we met with John Brockman at the TED event. I thought you might enjoy a dinner with Woody Allen, Chomsky, and me. All right. And then this is how Sam Harris responded.
John Brockman at the TED event. I thought you might enjoy a dinner with Woody Allen, Chomsky, and me. It should be fun. What do you write?
Right.
By the way, this is May of 2015. What do you write back? Oh my God, you could have been killed for this. You said, only if we film it, smiley.
He said in response, Sam Harris said in response, only if we film it, ... smiley face. Now, you're going to hear how he explains this, but kind of sus, right? Like, given what we know, kind of sus. So let's see here how he explains it. Yeah, so we'll see what he says to defend himself, okay? And how they're laughing about it. Yeah, but you'll see what he says.
Face.
Yeah.
Oh my God, how bad this could have been.
Oh my
Only
God.
if we film it. Meanwhile,
Oh,
this
that's
guy's
brutal.
head must have been like, he must have been like, how does he know? Does he want in on the cabal? So
Oh,
he
that's
writes back, are you ever in New York? You write back, no plans at the moment. I guess then maybe the final one, which this really, I mean, you could have been in trouble had he not exonerated you with this. He said, I just finished reading your Chomsky email exchange in arts, I guess, letters. I now understand your film it comment. I spent quite a lot of time. I mean, do you want me to read the whole thing? But
I mean, you can. I mean, this is so. Perhaps before you do, I should just say that this is a humbling encounter with the vagaries of memory for me, because I literally have no memory of this exchange. One would think I would remember. Well, first, let me just say that in my understanding,
Yeah, no, Drusilla, that's what they say. They say that he well, you'll see. He says
at this point, Epstein was just this billionaire who gave a lot of money to scientists, and he funded a lot of scientific research. I mean, that was my understanding of who he was. I believe that's all I knew about him until I had lunch with him and just got a vibe that he was a douchebag. Again, that's all I knew about him, and
which makes it plausible to believe that others didn't know that about him.
right,
at the
exactly.
time.
So he it's totally understandable to me that there are scientists by the dozen who would have wanted proximity
Yes.
to him on the chance that their projects could get funded, etc. So it's no surprise at all that he had these kind of vast reach within the scientific community, because that seemed to be what he was into, among other things. But so when I got this
Dollywood,
email, I certainly would think I would remember this billionaire inviting me to a dinner with Woody Allen and Noam Chomsky. So again, zero memory of that. When I read my response, I immediately understood what I must have meant, which is, okay, you're inviting me to a dinner with Chomsky. The only way I'm walking into that room is if the cameras are rolling, because I forget when I had it, but I had an email war with Chomsky. Chomsky is another person who he's considered a saint on the far left. He strikes me as a truly awful human being, just pathological in many ways. But
So, okay.
leave that aside.
So, we'll stop it there. But he is saying that, and it's possible, guys. It's possible. He's saying that he asked about filming because he doesn't get along with Chomsky, and there's no way he's getting on he's going to be going to a dinner with Chomsky unless it's on film so that they can catch anything Chomsky says to him or anything like that, okay? That's possible. But, okay, this was what, 2015? He should have known, right? Right? What didn't people already like? Hadn't he already? Okay, hadn't Epstein already been convicted of something by then? Yeah, and Mauser, it doesn't. It just it reeks of copium. It reeks of copium. It really does. Yeah. Oh, you're right, Lamira. Okay. Yep, you're right, Lamira. So he got convicted in 2008. So how did he not know that Epstein was a creep? Okay, like if it's not him being complicit, he's definitely incompetent that he didn't. Okay. Anyway, so it just brought me joy. I believe they believed it would be swept under the bus. Yeah, probably, Jonas. Probably. Okay. I knew about first conviction, and that wasn't all that plugged in by that. I got you. Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay, so anyway, so it's just something interesting. I just don't like Harris, and I like watching it. Okay, I like watching him struggle and be very nervous. Okay, so there we go. All right, okay, guys, isn't that fun? Watching him trying to cope and be like, well, it's just I love it. I love it. I just can't stand the man. Okay, thank you guys. Let's watch what Macy sent to us. Macy sent to us a Casual Geographic. Let's see what this is. So
if you want to inflict emotional damage on a millennial, remind them that the Harambe kid.
Okay, we'll watch this. This was sent to us from Macy. And it looks interesting. Do we all remember the whole Harambe thing? There you go, Meowser. Do we all remember the whole Harambe thing? God help us. God help. Okay. The whole thing where there were a lot of people. I try to say goodbye and okay. This is a okay, we all remember Harambe. All right. So Harambe was a gorilla that people got killed after a child fell into a enclosure or was dropped into an enclosure, and then they killed Harambe to protect the child or some shit. Okay. So yeah, is that what it was? I can't quite remember. So anyway, but he then there were a bunch of people who voted for Harambe for president because we live in a smart country. And now I don't know what this is about. Why Harambe's death was the right choice for the wrong reasons. Okay. Let's watch it. We'll see.
If you want to inflict emotional damage on a millennial, remind them that the Harambe kid either is or is about to be a teenager. In a couple of months, it'll be a year short of a decade since the gorilla was prematurely perp walked off the census. And despite being named after a Swahili term for coming together, Harambe's death has been no less divisive. But the closer you get to the full story...
No, Mayflower Kid, I would have killed Harambe too. I know. So I know, guys, that the Harambe thing gets a lot of people upset, but yeah, I would have killed the gorilla too. I'm sorry. I know. But if I don't really blame them for making that decision, and I know that's really hard to say because it's unfair. But I would prefer that. Well, you know what? Let's watch this first, okay? Okay, that's fair, Philly cheese. Like, I don't have a perfect thing on this. The reason, guys, the reason I am okay, you know what? We'll see. Let me watch it first. Maybe I don't know something about it. Okay. I just know I try to put myself in the shoes of the parents of the kid who really were incompetent and stuff. Okay. I don't know. Let's just see what they watch. Okay. But that's true, Victoria. They could have doped him up. I would have been okay with that too. That's fair, guys. Like if they could have doped him up, yeah, let's just watch, guys. I don't know.
With crucial context, the question becomes less of whether the zoo was right for turning the legacy of Bob Marley into a hashtag, and more of everything that went wrong to force the zoo to pull the trigger. Because Harambe's death was the right choice for the wrong reasons. Now hear me out, I'm not blaming the gorilla, in fact quite the opposite. Literally everyone involved but the gorilla ultimately failed him, and in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna show you just how horrendous Harambe got done. The same 10 minutes it took for them to end him. Flashback to 2016.
Gotcha, virtual violence.
Eggs were $1.68. A light skin in Under Armours was no-scoping entire teams. And Kanye, was still Kanye.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like, okay, well,
But he made graduation. All was good until a 3-year-old canon event changed the course of mankind. On May 28, 2016, a mother took 4 children to the Cincinnati Zoo and got to the gorilla world habitat when the youngest boy said he wanted to go swimming
excellent
with the
Rick
gorillas.
Ratcher.
She went back and forth with him and then turned around to start putting kids in strollers when she heard a splash, followed by immediate screaming. Like any other human, she went to the railing, and that's when her mind took an indelible screenshot when she realized
Cincinnati 911.
Hi, my son fell in the zoo exhibit at the gorilla. There's a male gorilla standing over him. I need someone to contact the zoo, please. He's dragging my son. I can't watch this.
in an unfortunate
So I'm sorry. They going to explain what was the mother doing? How did the kid? What was the mother doing that the kid was able to kind of crawl down into this thing? Does anyone know? I don't. They might. Maybe he'll talk about it. But like, why? There are so many. I don't want to blame the mom, but there are a lot of people to blame here. I think, right? He was putting a child in a stroller. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't. I must not have heard it. My apologize. So she was putting a child in a stroller. Okay.
case of free will, the 3-year-old climbed the 3-foot fence, army crawled through 4 feet of bush, and before anyone could grab him and save the timeline, he fell 15 feet straight into the gorilla mode, where he was confronted by 450 pounds of adult primate. Harambe didn't seem especially aggressive, but watching him ragdoll the toddler likely took years off his
yep, I
mother's
remember
life.
that.
No one could say what was going through the gorilla's mind at the time. But we know what went last, because at about 4:10 p.m., about 10 minutes after the boy fell in, a member of the Cincinnati Zoo Dangerous Animal Response Team life-retired Harambe with a bullet to the head. And life as we knew it was never the
So
same.
sad.
The slain simian was mourned by millions and memed by even more, to the point where there are people who use their right to vote on the corpse of a Kennedy gorilla, and that is the most political statement that will ever come out of this channel. But before we can judge what had to be an impossible decision, it's only fair to
Yeah, guys, I know. And that's that for the tranking thing. I know he's going to talk about this, but tranks don't always work. Okay, they don't work right away. If you trank a gorilla too, or a wild animal, they can get more angry because it hurts a little bit to get tranked. So, okay.
look at every angle, starting with the nature of gorillas. Gorillas aren't the menaces to society and skyscrapers we thought they were. Male gorillas are way more child-friendly than the average orang and chimpanzee. It's been said that the males that babysit more are considered more attractive to a tribe of hairy women. That's how they got their name. And being good with kids is more of a turn-on than size, strength, or status. It's proven that guy gorillas on daycare duty will have 5 times as many children as those that avoid it, which is probably why they fight so hard for custody. You've never seen a
No, you're
gorilla
right,
hit the
Mayflower
burners
Kid.
like that. But gorillas don't need Maury. They'll even step up for children that aren't theirs. A
Yes.
couple years back, the alpha gorilla of a group in Rwanda got sick, and since in sickness and in health is a human construct, the 4 gorillas of the group left, abandoning not just their baby daddy, but their progeny as well. With the infants barely
I say leave the kid. If he can't fight his way out, he's not worthy enough. Dear God.
old enough to feed themselves, it should have been curtains. But this story had a plot twist.
Yeah, you're right,
The sick
Lemire.
male had a brother, Kubaha, and Unc stepped up and looked after them. They'd sleep in his nest, treat him like a literal jungle gym, and he
This is sad. This is very sad.
single-handedly kept the next generation up. And Kubaha wasn't an anomaly. In 53 years of gorilla research, it's proven that orphan mountain gorillas that lose their mothers early on don't have a greater risk of becoming a statistic because the males will often step in. Not only did a different study show the exact opposite happens to baby chimps, monkeys, and baboons that get the Bambi treatment, even if they do survive, they inherit 0 social rank and virtually no chance at having children. It's the same story for animals like elephants, orcas, and hyenas. Being motherless is
You know, I will say this though: when a shooter goes into a school and starts murdering kids, like people will offer thoughts and prayers. Maybe we should have just done that for the kid, and like, oh, thoughts and prayers, yeah, thoughts and prayers. We should actually leave all enclosures completely open, and then if a gorilla attacks you while you're walking up to this open enclosure at the zoo you're required to be at by the state, that's thoughts and prayers, right? Do nothing about all the gorillas wandering around. You see what I mean? Okay, I'm not. You get what I mean, all right?
social cyanide. But not gorillas. Having one mom short of a full house, has 0 effect on their social status, and it's believed that since mama gorillas often dip out before their babies mature, the males have evolved to cushion the blow. Plus, with chimpanzees murking monkeys, bush babies, that's a bush baby, and even doikers for food, and even the good vibes tree hippie known to turn lorises into lunch meat, gorillas pretty much being knuckle-walking lawnmowers probably doesn't hurt Harambe's case. Gorillas go out of their way to avoid conflict, and you really won't see them beating on something weaker than they are, unless they did something to deserve it.
Yeah.
But
Guys, I've always told you, I'm scared to death of chimpanzees. I just am. I'm not as scared of gorillas because they're not as vicious. I mean, they'll kill you, but they're not as vicious as chimpanzees. I've always wanted to go see some gorillas.
there's always a but. The rules of nature often change when you're talking about captivity. A wild orca has apparently never depulsed a person, but those confined to a glorified fishbowl have a body count. Pandas normally mate, date, and procreate no less than the average black bear, but those in captivity often get less play than Helen Keller's Spotify. In captivity, mother gorillas will often reject their own babies.
What's with the thing again about Helen Keller? Poor Helen Keller.
And it happens a lot more than you would think, so maybe the parental instinct doesn't apply as much to a gorilla behind the glass.
Fetty.
No, because if I had a nickel for every time someone's son ended up in a gorilla enclosure, I'd already have 2 nickels by the time player number 3 decided to keep the tradition alive and airdrop himself to the gorilla grotto. On August 16th, 1996, another 3-year-old fell nearly 24 feet into the Brookfield Zoo gorilla exhibit.
Right,
In
no.
a scene you've definitely seen before, 8-year-old Binti Jwa climbed down to the boy, cradled him in her gorilla arms for nearly
Yeah.
60 feet, and gently placed him at the employee entrance where officials could get.
Disturbing fact here, folks. So there's a chemical in our brains called oxytocin, and it's sort of the love or affection chemical. That's sort of that, like if you fall in love with someone, oxytocin starts getting pumped into your brain. The feeling between like a mother and her child, there's oxytocin there. A lot of oxytocin is responsible for that feeling and things like that. And we also know that other great apes have oxytocin in their brains. So it's not really an exaggeration to say that the feeling that that ape in this picture has for that child is probably the same that like a human mother has for her child. Like it's the same chemicals. And obviously there's some different mental structures there, but yeah, they're not that different from us.
Him. But what you might not know was that Binti was one of those gorillas rejected by her mother and was hand-raised by humans. Part of this raising meant her caretakers had to train her to be a mother once she became pregnant with the same baby riding shotgun while she rescued the boy. Part of this training included handing off her baby to staff for checkups, so there was low-key an argument as to whether this was an actual gorilla guardian angel or just an animal doing what it had been trained. Well, almost a decade earlier in 1986, 5-year-old Levin Merritt followed the same script, falling into the gorilla pit.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like this is another example of like kind of like a gun debate thing. Why are so many kids falling into these enclosures? Maybe there's something wrong with the fact that we have these animals in enclosures that they can fall and that kids can fall into. Like we've now heard several enclosures that kids have maybe we need to either not have enclosures like that, not have zoos, or like do safety measures so that there aren't kids falling into the enclosures, right? Rather than having to kill apes or whatever it may be. Okay, like what is going on here? I agree, Philly Cheese. I don't think, honestly, guys, I don't think any apes should be kept caged up. I really don't. They're too intelligent and things like that. We could debate, but the fact that, of course, they are caged up, but okay, yeah.
And knocking himself all the way out. And 25-year-old Yumbo stood protectively over the boy, gatekeeping any other gorilla
Dollar
from
Boy.
him. And when the child regained consciousness and cried out, instead of matching his energy, the silverback calmly led his family to a small hut on the other side of the enclosure. But unlike Binti, Yumbo wasn't human-raised or trained in childcare. This was actual gorilla free will that looked after the injured kid. So now you might be confused, because if you were on the fence on the Harambe happening, hearing about their social psychology and the gorilla history lesson would have surely kicked you onto the Harambe side. Well, every gorilla is different,
Yeah.
so let's talk about the story of Harambe. Before he became a hashtag. Harambe was born in the Gladys Porter Zoo in Brownsville, Texas, May 27th.
No, what they need to do, guys, with this problem of kids getting killed by gorillas or being falling, we need to arm all the zookeepers. Okay, you might as well. Let's arm every person in a zoo because that'll be the way to protect the children from these incidents. No, guys, we don't need to fix the enclosures. We don't need to stop putting apes in these things. That's not the real problem. The problem is that there's not enough weapons for people to protect themselves in the zoos.
1999, meaning he had just turned 17 when he got sniped. Just like Binti, he was also
Sorry
rejected
about
by his
you.
mother Kayla when he was only
Yeah,
3
why not
weeks
arm
old.
the kids?
So zoo director Jerry Stone hand-raised Harambe, taking him home. The tiny gorilla was by all means his family. Jerry was actually the one to help Harambe's grandparents settle in after they arrived from Africa, and he was even there at Harambe's birth, cutting the umbilical cord. He changed diapers, got up at midnight to feed him. Nobody had put in more Harambe hours than Jerry. Jerry described him as a lovable troublemaker. He'd do things like throw water at female keepers and run away. He'd steal blankets just to give keepers
There
an
you go,
excuse to
Retro.
chase him. He'd even climb walls to get his keepers' attention just so he could fall backwards and make them catch him. By every account, Harambe meant well, but there was a point where Jerry stopped getting in the cage with him. Not because he was aggressive, but as he got bigger and stronger,
No,
there was a
you-
legitimate chance he could accidentally
Sorry, guys. I know I keep pausing this. This is interesting. Macon says, fix with more gorillas. You're right. I think that's a better analogy. We should have every kid at a zoo given a gorilla so that if they fall into a gorilla pit, they have a gorilla that can fight the other gorilla in order to stop them from being killed by the gorilla. So we really should just make everyone have a gorilla so that no one gets killed by a gorilla. American logic.
roughhouse Stone into eternal submission. But Jerry also noted that Harambe always looked after his siblings, fully embracing the big brother role. But on January 6th, 2002, before Harambe was even 3, someone left chlorine cleaning tablets way too close to a space heater, causing a leak of toxic chlorine gas that suffocated the gorillas. Zookeepers immediately called EMTs, and by administering oxygen, they were able to revive 8 of the gorillas. But there were 3 that never woke up: Harambe's mother, brother, and sister. Yeah, Harambe got hoed by humanity long before Cincinnati. Speaking of which, almost 10 years later in 2014, Harambe was now 15, and time came for him to be relocated to hopefully start his own troupe. Jerry actually pushed for Harambe to be sent to Cincinnati.
Okay, sorry, this is a good stopping point. I am listening to a story. I know I keep pausing it. Lamira says, I see nothing wrong with that logic. Let's put it let's put it to a vote. And of course, you know, Lamira, I'm going to vote yes because the big gorilla lobby, the big gorilla corporations are bribing me. So I'm definitely going to say yes because the big gorilla corporation wants more gorillas out there, right? Wants people to buy more gorillas. So big gorilla is definitely going to convince me to vote for that.
That way he could contribute to their breeding program. And in September, the gorilla named after a Bob Marley song was transferred to the Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden. And less than 2 years later, he would exist only as a statue. So there, now you have more background information than 90% of anyone who's given their opinion. Everything so far points against Harambe being a threat to the toddler, yet experts like Jane Goodall, Jack Hanna, and primatologist Franz de Waal all seem to agree the zoo made the right choice.
Yeah, guys, because this is why I said this, is because primates are very unpredictable. That's why I'm scared to death. Hello, the F1. This is why I'm scared to death of chimpanzees. Like, in one moment, they can be kind and friendly, and then the next moment, they're going to tear your face off because they can hide their intentions. They are intelligent animals. So okay, I know people are going to hate me no matter what I say, but in regards to this, but.
And I'm with them. Harambe had to die. But why? Basically,
Exactly,
it was the best
Dolly
of a
boy.
bad situation. A lot of people say tranquilizers, but tranks don't work the same way they do on TV. It can take 10 minutes to take effect, even longer when the animals turned up. There was a story of 2 polar bears wandering too close to town in Churchill, Manitoba, and the first bear was slept and put in polar bear jail. Yes. But the second bear had no reaction to the same trank. If anything, it probably made him mad. But the real reason tranquilizing wasn't an option. This is Cha-Cha the chimp. Cha-Cha went full Caesar and escaped the Yagiyama Zoo in Japan, and I want you to see what happened the moment he got darted. That man was a second away from becoming an Instagram reel. Animals don't understand the concept
Oh my
of
God,
anesthesia.
that's scary. I can't even look at that image. Oh my God, I hate chimpanzees. Oh, that's terrifying. Look at that shit, guys. That's like a nightmare fuel right there. Oh, no thank you. No thank you.
But they do understand getting shot in the back, and in those 10 minutes to take effect, Harambe could have been the most dangerous gorilla outside of Hollywood. The next option would have been trying to have the keeper rescue the kid while distracting Harambe, but here's the thing. The moment the kid fell in, zoo officials signaled for all the gorillas to come inside. The 2 females complied, but Harambe, he was also using free will. Clearly he wasn't in the mood to cooperate. The last argument is that
I disagree. No one has free will.
Harambe wasn't hurting the kid. In fact, it looks like he was protecting him. I actually agree. I think the father instinct was doing a lot of heavy lifting, but here's the thing. Harambe was a 450-pound immature teenager who never had a kid or was trained for it. He could have killed that kid completely by accident. This isn't 25-year-old Yambo. Young gorillas play rough, and one hard pull could rip his arm out of the socket, and too hard of a drag could bash the 3-year-old's head against a rock. Also, Harambe was clearly stressed out. The situation was a time bomb. The little boy freaking out and screaming, suddenly running away, or even just looking Harambe in the eye could have been
Yeah.
enough to light the fuse. And speaking of time, don't
I've
forget,
told you guys the way to piss off a gorilla is if you go to a gorilla enclosure and you stand with your arms crossed and you spread out your legs and you just stare at them in the eyes. They will get pissed off. You can do it. Try it at your local zoo. Okay, don't. I mean, that's like harassing the animal. But especially if there's a silverback, look at them in the eye, make them see you looking at them, and then refuse to look away. All right.
that kid was in gorilla custody for 10 minutes. Might not seem like much
Yeah,
to you, but let
smile,
it be your
Meowser.
bloodline. 10 minutes will feel like and cost you 10 years. Now, what they should have done, in my non-professional online opinion, was get anyone who wasn't a keeper, paramedic, or zoo vet, get him out of there, form a perimeter, something. I feel like
Yeah.
all this could have been avoided if you didn't have a whole coliseum yelling at my mans. Silent game would have been golden, but at that point it was too late for all that, and so the last option meant erasing an endangered species and future father. I don't like it, you don't like it, nobody's happy, but let's be real. Think about what the conversation would be if that kid became a chalk outline right there. Well, I can tell you, because it's happened.
Mad Scene, I live near one. There is a really, there's a zoo near me called the Columbus Zoo. It's one of the most famous zoos in the world, actually. They have a gorilla enclosure. It's not like these ones at all. It's much safer. It's completely encased. It's a large open area. But they can see you. The gorillas can see you and shit. But again, not a big fan of zoos. Now, I will say, something we do need to consider, guys, is gorillas, for a special, are very, very endangered. They're like on the verge of, they've been on the verge of extinction for a while. And zoos have been one of the main reasons why they have not gone extinct, because they have bred them in zoos. They have made sure they have given them health care in zoos. They protect them in zoos. So zoos also do a lot of protective working. Like, and I know we can debate this, but zoos do also do a lot of conservation work and trying to re-raise animals that are endangered who might be dead if they weren't in the zoo. Um, but that does not mean that they're great, and it's not exactly like the greatest place for an animal. You see what I mean? At all. It can be traumatizing for them, etc. Okay.
November 4th, 2012, Pittsburgh Zoo. Mother lifts her 2-year-old over the railing for a better view. Mother ignores several warnings and signs. Mother somehow lets
Yeah,
child
Dolly
slip,
boy.
and Maddox Durkosh fell, bounced off a safety net meant only for phones and cameras, and touches earth inside the enclosure. Problem was, the toddler landed with the African wild dogs. The most efficient pack hunters in Africa, the ones infamous for turning
There
body
you
to
go, virtual
buffet
violence.
before it can pass away. Look, I can spare you the details, just know it was quick, it was gruesome, and there was nothing anyone could do. The Durkoshes would file a wrongful death lawsuit against the zoo, seeking $300,000, because you can't put a price on life, but you can pay a lawyer to try. The family and the zoo would reach a confidential settlement. The endangered dogs were all relocated, except for the one shot by cops, and the entire exhibit was
Yeah,
repurposed
Fox
for
Emblem.
another endangered African predator, the cheetah. You know, for the longest, I thought the zoo
Dear
got
God.
screwed, but what I never knew was that in May of the same year, some of the same wild dogs dug out of their den and got the entire zoo put on lockdown.
That
And
is
as early
correct,
as
Philly Cheese.
2007,
That is correct.
a member of the zoo safety committee explicitly warned of guests dangling children over the exhibit opening and advised them to install plexiglass to cover it.
Okay, you know what? If that's the case, if you're going to be dangling your kid over a plexiglass opening, let them. Let parents do that. I mean, actually, no, I feel bad for the kid, but like, you hope they don't kill the animal in that case. Like, if people are stupid enough to dangle their children over the edge of a zoo enclosure, and then every time a child falls in there, like they murder an animal. What are we doing? Okay, now obviously, oh God, all right.
But no changes were made until a kid got eviscerated 5 years later. Now, don't think I'm letting the mom off. I got a lot of thoughts, and they're all explicit. But the zoo was liable and negligent, and it cost them and the dogs, even though common sense would have saved the day. But common sense would have been a godsend on Christmas Day, 2007, San Francisco.
No, I know. I'm not. I don't mean that. Like, that's what I'm saying. I do care about the kid, because the kid's not to blame if their parent is doing that. But dear God, like, there should be a law against. Like, let's put it this way. I hope those parents, that if a parent does that, they get charged with child endangerment or something, or reckless homicide or something, because that's just stupid.
Zoo. Look, we've all heard the story of Tatiana the venge-lusting tiger, so here's what we know. 3 guys, 17-year-old Carlos Sousa Jr.
Agreed, Mithril. I like zoos. There are issues with zoos. Some zoos are for profit and are not great, but the ones who do conservation and stuff are really great.
and the 19 and 23-year-old Dhaliwal brothers taunted a Siberian tiger. Pine cones and sticks were likely thrown at the tiger. The brothers' father admitted that the boys were drunk. Tatiana escaped, murked Sousa, and mauled the brothers until she was eventually shot by cops. And the Dhaliwal family settled a suit against the zoo for $900,000, and the Sousa family settled a wrongful death suit for an undisclosed amount. And both brothers would use their second chance at life to get into several run-ins with the law, one including a drunken fight with police, and the younger brother would pass away in 2012 due to unknown causes. By every metric, they f***ed around and found out, and the two that lived came up almost $1 million off it. But two things can be true. The zoo screwed up bad because days after the attack, they said the moat Tatiana had escaped from was at least 20 feet tall. Turns out it was 12 and a half, a full 4 feet lower than federal safety standards. And if you know tigers, that is one f*** of an oopsie.
Oh my god.
But also, after killing Sousa, Tatiana tracked the brothers down. But because cafe employees refused to let the two in, the Siberian Fury pulled up outside the cafe and mauled them again. It took 6 full minutes for zoo employees to realize that the brothers weren't drunk idiots screaming. They were drunk idiots screaming, but not lying about a tiger John Wicking them. And because the zoo was under a Code 1 lockdown, it took another 5 minutes for zoo security to let police and fire units in. Those extra 10 minutes mean a lot when you're actively getting turned out by a tiger, and it probably would have saved Sousa's life. Two things can be true. Tweedledee, Dim, and Dumbass pissed off an apex predator and earned themselves a nomination for a Darwin Award, while getting an endangered species past tense in the process. But the zoo was also painfully negligent in every aspect, especially since just a year before, keeper Lori Cummingen was mauled by the same tiger while feeding her through the enclosure's grill, and Tatiana's temper tore the skin off her arm, resulting in several surgeries, skin grafts, and California OSHA fining the zoo for safety violations. Lori would also sue and would also settle for an undisclosed amount. And after Tatiana's final act, the zoo would raise the barrier from 12.5 to 19 feet. So you see, the zoo and Harambe were screwed the moment someone spawned into his enclosure. And really, Harambe was dead the moment he chose free will. In fact, if that child would have died, Harambe certainly would have been past tensed, all the gorillas might have been packed out, and the zoo would have been sued beyond oblivion. The zoo would modify Gorilla World by raising the outer barrier and loading up on netting and fencing, but the real victims here were Harambe, the child, and gorillas as a whole. And as much as I want to dump on the mom, well, the internet's kind of done that already, but kids are walking kamikazes. Not excusing it, because damn it, watch your crotch and the things that come out, but you don't think a kid will till they do. And mama, I love you, I really do, but when I was about knee high, my mom turned away for a second at the park, and when she turned back, she saw me on the other side of a pond leaning in. And if both my parents didn't go Usain Bolt and catch me before I fell in, well, we know how that story ends.
It's so hard to be a parent. Like, these things will happen. I do think we sometimes overblame parents too. Like, yeah, it is literally impossible to constantly have your eyes on your child. Your children can be really quiet. As a teacher, I learned this very quickly. Like, even if you have like you do the best you can, there will be moments where you can't always have your eyes on your kid. Mistakes happen. It's not, it's an imperfect process. But like, obviously, it's a bit different though if you're dangling your kid over a goddamn fence, okay?
I also almost got kidnapped. And I only say that now because my mother never lets me forget it. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Drink water, hug your mother, hold your kids. They're stupid. Rest in primate Harambe, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
Oh, that was a good one. Thank you, Macy.
Weeks I have been waiting for this.
Exactly, in your groove. Like, it's, I do think a lot of people, yeah, exactly, guys. Like, you have to understand, that was casual geography, Sir Bartholomew. We often are kind of hard on parents. Yeah, parents can't be perfect, right? It's they're humans, and it's very hard to always have an eye on your children. It just is. All right. Of course, a mad scene. Please do. Yeah, so yes, you can a mad scene to add something to the reaction list. You go to our Discord, and in the reactions channel, you can post it there. All right. All right. Yeah, that was horrible, Mayflower Kid, but it was like. Very interesting. He did a great job talking about that stuff. All right. Also kind of a handsome guy. Anyway, so moving on. So let's see here what else we got here. What else we got here to react to, guys? Welcome, guy. For those that are joining us, hello, welcome. We are currently in, it's a Friday, which is why we're kind of doing a casual stream today. Even though we're in a collapsing fascist society, you know, everyone needs a little break, right? We don't always need a break, of course, but, you know, at least for my sanity, We're gonna just do some reaction shit. Let's watch this. Who sent this? Who sent this? Let me see here. This is Sarah sent this. Oh yes. Let's watch this. This is called the Project 2025 song. This looks fun. Before we do that though, I wanted to Sarah actually are you still here, Sarah? Is Sarah F still here? Is Sarah blah, blah, blah. You know, Plant Sunshine, I am zen today. Thank you, Plant Sunshine, for noticing. I am zen. Okay, I'm very much zen. That's so stupid, Mayflower Kid. That is so stupid. Okay, can we watch mine after? Which one, Druzilla? Okay, are you here? Is she here? Is Sarah here? You here still, Sarah? If you're not here, I will wait. I wanted to show everyone something. Sarah taught me something about her family that was really interesting. Okay, so Sarah's here. I wanted to show you all someone, okay? This person. So Sarah here, Sarah F, member of our community. I had not heard of this person. I thought I had, but I actually hadn't. Sarah's, is it your great uncle, Sarah? So Sarah F here, I think it was your great uncle, was this person. And we're talking about this person because I want to show you guys a lot of people who accomplish amazing things in history don't get the recognition they deserve, okay? Okay, and here we have an example of one of these people who is known by historians and stuff, but doesn't get much credit, all right? At least as not as much credit as I would like to see, okay? So this is Donald Sanders Luce. Forgive me, I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name, okay? It totally is a gunkle, right? Okay, great uncle. So he was gay, okay? He was a gay guy. Donald Sanders Luce, he was an American aid worker and an anti-war activist, all right? And he was born in 1934. He was in Vermont, all right? He worked in 1958, he moved to Vietnam to work as an agricultural specialist. And he kind of became the director for the precursor of the Peace Corps. He actually resigned from this organization to protest the Vietnam War, and he sent a letter. Okay, thank you, Sarah. He sent a letter to Lyndon Johnson, which was signed by 40 other members of the agency, criticizing their actions in Vietnam. Okay. All right. After returning to the United States with other former members of his aid mission, he basically created an organization called the Indochina Mobile Education Project, which went around the U.S. spreading the anti-war message. Okay, so he really devoted himself to anti-war activity during the Vietnam War. And okay, he became okay. Let's see here. He also guided. I'm trying to see here. Oh my God, look at this. So he guided members of a congressional delegation, including future Congressman and Senators Tom Harkin, to Condal Prison on Con Son Island to reveal the brutal conditions of a prison on the island that housed thousands, including political prisoners. Luce used a hand-drawn map to find a secret door to an area where over 500 starving and tortured men and women were shackled in what were known as tiger cages under grates in a walkway. The prisoners were neglected, sitting in diarrhea and with sores around their ankles cut by their shackles. Harkin took photos of the prisoner, and those were published in Life magazine. The photos caused global condemnation. Luce lost his accreditation as a journalist in South Vietnam shortly after. So he revealed all this horrific shit that was happening in a South Vietnamese prison. So the government that we were supporting, one of their prisons, he revealed the horror that they were doing in their political prisons, okay? He later became a sociological professor, and he was gay, okay? He was a gay guy, and that's one of the reasons, from what I know, that he wasn't, Sarah tells me, and I didn't know this about him, that his family at the time wasn't particularly accepting of him for being gay, all right? And I also know historically, a lot of gay folks aren't talked about as much historically. So he was a gay guy who did all this shit, and we don't know, he's not talked about much. So everyone should really It might be, Macy, might be the same person. We ought to remember this guy, okay? Luce was a hero, and I'm very glad Sarah sent me an email about being related to him. So we should all put some respect on the name. Okay, right? So respect on the name of Donald Sanders Luce. Okay? So, okay. So just something to think about, guys. It just shows you how a lot of times in the historical record, certain people get focused on, others don't get focused on. All right. Really cool guy, though. Really. Quite heroic. And imagine how dangerous that is. Okay. Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you very much for sharing that with me via email. Okay. All right, guys. So let's see what else we got here. There's some other things I wanted us to react to. You know what? We'll go back to this briefly. I'm gonna first go. There's another video I wanted to show people. There's someone here sent me. Let me see if I can find it. And guys, as always, please be patient with me. I'll try to get through. Well, there's a lot of recommendations, so if I don't watch yours right away, just be patient with me. I might not get through all of them, but I do my best to go through the recommendations. As more and more people join the server, it becomes harder for me to find time to watch everyone's. But I do try my best to watch as many as possible. So let me see here. Someone sent me where to go. Do. Where did it go? Here we go. Okay, so this was sent to us by Virtual Violence. Virtual Violence sent this is a guy named Robert Arnold. I don't know much about this guy, but I've heard that he's good. He's like a Southern storyteller and stuff. So let's see what he has to say. Okay, so here we go.
At its founding, there was no Pledge of Allegiance. There was no loyalty oath recited by children. There was no purity culture around flags or symbols or forced reverence. There was no demand that love of country be loud, performative, or unquestioning. There was no test of patriotism that required obedience to a government rather than fidelity to an idea. Yeah. All of that came later.
Real fast, guys, I'm posting now in the chat a link to our Discord, okay? So for those who want to join the Discord, in order to send me a recommendation, join the Discord, go into the reactions channel and post what you want me to react to there. Don't just post the video. Please also post the length of the video or the timestamp and what you want me to watch. Also, it's very unlikely I'm going to watch videos that are longer than 20 minutes because a 20-minute video in live stream terms is like 2 hours, okay? It's a lot of time, okay? So if it is longer than like 20 minutes, try and tell me what exactly you want me to see in it, because it's unlikely I'm going to be able to watch it, at least the full thing, all right? Right, unless you, right? Unless you send me, there you go. If you do send me a significant super chat, I know that sounds self-serving. I might be more tempted to watch a longer one, but it just takes a lot of time to get through them. Okay, so, all right. Okay, so let's finish watching this. I'll start it over. Forgive me. I know I started talking through it.
At its founding, there was no Pledge of Allegiance. There was no loyalty oath recited by children. There was no purity culture around flags or symbols or forced reverence. There was no demand that love of country be loud, performative, or unquestioning. There was no test of patriotism that required obedience to a government rather than fidelity to an idea. All of that came later, long after the founding, long after the arguments, long after the blood, ink, and doubt. It came as a tool to simplify, to sanitize, to indoctrinate, to teach people to worship the surface of America while forgetting the substance of it. Because America was never a government. It was never a building or a flag or a temporary collection of people holding office. America is an idea. It's fragile and radical and dangerous. An idea about how to best expand liberty.
Please, Godspeed, send it.
An idea that assumes
Hail
power
Satan,
will
Godspeed.
always fail. An idea that insists authority must be questioned. An idea that survives only when ordinary people are willing to defend it.
Hey,
The
Dubois.
country wasn't founded by polished men in powdered wigs alone. That's the version we tell ourselves because it's
Yeah.
easier to manage.
It is, okay, real fast here, guys. It is something I hear a lot on the left, and I want to make something clear here. And I even sometimes promote this, okay? The American Revolution was not just like an elite revolution. Indeed, yes. A lot of the people who led the revolution were elites and benefited from it, okay? But there's multiple famous historians. Eric Foner is one of them. Who are lefties, too, left-wingers, who do talk about how the American Revolution was also somewhat of a working class revolution. Now, in terms of poor folks were involved in it, and things like that. And a lot of them were doing it for reasons that were not connected to what the elites wanted. For a lot of people, yeah, so in your group, yes, there are. I can give you some examples here. I'll show them on here, but they're like, I don't even like using the word working class because at this time there was still some feudal structures, but yeah, of poorer folks. There is one book out there, by the way, called, what is it called? Let's see, Eric Foner. Give me a second here. Well, The Minutemen and Their World is one of them, okay? The Minutemen, I'll put these on our Discord channel. The Minutemen and Their World. I'm trying to remember who wrote it. There it is. Yes, by Robert A. Gross. Talks about the Minutemen, what they were thinking, their what motivated them. Okay, there's the Minutemen in Their World, so there's that one. There's also Eric Foner books. Let's see here. Well, maybe not that one. Oh, I can't remember who it was. There's another one too that's about the revolutionary nature of the revolution. Okay, I forget the name of this book, but that it wasn't just about these elites. They and I should also point out that what's that book? I can't remember the name of that book. I'll look it up, okay? But so it wasn't just about elites, although there was sort of a second revolution. I do recommend it, Virtual Violence. There was a sort of a second. The original revolution was kind of crushed when the Constitution was written, okay? The elites basically regained control. It's complicated, all right? So it's not I will post some books over in the YouTube on our Discord in the resources section for those that are interested in what I'm talking about, okay? But all right. So okay, so let's go on here. But that being said, yes, the elites had a big say. But I'm glad he is right when he says that, okay? I know a lot of lefties are like, no, it was only about the elites. Historically, it's just not true. It's just not true.
The United States was born in
Thank you very
disagreement.
much.
Took years to arrive at the
In your groove.
Constitution that we know from 1787. Years of argument, years of doubt, years of essays and letters and journals that tell
Oh, for sure, in your groove. Yes, we have.
us in minute detail how fiercely the founders struggled with one another. Some of the brightest minds of their time argued relentlessly about representation and power and slavery and the limits of government. And those disagreements weren't flaws, they're the whole point. America was never meant to be unanimous, it was meant to be contested, alive, and unfinished. That's why America was founded by people like Rene Good and Alex Preddy. Not because they sought martyrdom, not because they imagined themselves as symbols, but because they lived inside the original American instinct that recognizes when power has slipped too far from conscience. That instinct that knows authority exists to serve human dignity, not to crush it. That instinct that has always terrified empires and always will. Because the revolution didn't begin with declarations. It began with unease, with neighbors talking too long in doorways, with discomfort
Yep,
that
this
settled
is
into
true.
the chest
He's
and
right.
refused to leave. It began with crowds, with boycotts, and with protests, with people standing shoulder to shoulder against authority that had grown distant, violent, and convinced of its own righteousness. So the streets of Minnesota are not a historical reenactment. They are not theater. They are not cosplay. They are the living continuation of the American experiment.
Yes.
The moment when citizens look at the machinery of the state and say, this is not who we are. This is not what liberty looks like. And this will not be done quietly. The American Revolution was not tidy. It was loud and frightening and unresolved. It was fueled by
Yeah,
grief and
and
anger.
it was also a civil war, by the way. We often forget that about half of the colonies were pro England. All right, were pro the crown. It was a civil war in as much as it was a revolution, and the tactics used by the patriots, the quote unquote patriots, the ones who were revolting, were kind of brutal towards the loyalists, and vice versa. Okay.
And love for something that was unfinished. It was carried forward by people who did not know how it would end. They only knew that obedience would mean surrendering something sacred. That same uncertainty lives in the protesters now, in the people who stand in cold rain and darkness, in the people who march not because it's easy or popular, but because silence has become impossible. And that's not extremism. That's citizenship.
Yeah, Dolly boy.
Because liberty is messy. Freedom is messy. They both demand conflict. They demand courage. They demand that you defend the rights of those you most strongly disagree with the same ferocity you would defend your own. And anyone promising liberty without discomfort is selling control dressed up as safety. They are selling bullshit.
He's a really good speaker. I will say I'm not. He's a really good speaker. Absolutely, marzipan power, 100%. There were disagreements. There were some indigenous groups that supported it because they hated the English, and then there were other groups that hated the colonists more. Welcome, marzipan power. It was very complicated. Most historical events are, and then we kind of oversimplify them, right? I really like how he's talking. I do think it's a bit. I'm being a historian. It's a bit flowery in terms of like he's also kind of overgeneralizing, but I like him a lot. I just want to put that out. Okay. I do like him a lot.
Those in power are not now, nor
exactly Godspeed,
ever been inherently correct. They're not angels. They are people, fallible, afraid, ambitious. The American idea was never that authority should be trusted blindly. It was that authority must always be challenged.
Yes.
And if you believe
in that we need constant revolution, Thomas Jefferson, I know he had a lot of flaws, basically said that we need to be in constant revolution. Like, he even famously said that he wouldn't mind if every generation had their own revolution. Because he's like, well, people need to constantly be revolting. Like, this revolution should never end.
Renee Good and Alex Preddy were killed because of their actions, you're correct. Because they made a choice to stand up for those who could not. They chose presence. They chose refusal. They chose to put their bodies where their conscience already was. But if you believe their deaths were justified, then understand this. You only believe that because this particular cause is not yours.
Yep.
And when your cause comes, and it will, when it is your fight, you have already told the world what level of treatment you are willing to accept.
Yes.
You have already decided which lives are expendable. You have already thrown your countrymen to the machinery. That is how republics fail. Not all at once, but piece by piece by piece, person by person, until liberty belongs only to the convenient. Any movement that seeks to shrink liberty for any group is deeply un-American.
Okay, I got to tell you, I can tell he has read a bunch of early American documents. Like, I can tell he's read Jefferson and Thomas Paine and all these people because he's very good at speaking, and his language is very much in that same vein. I really like how he's talking. I like the words he's using and stuff. I know I'm kind of being specific about how he sounds, but he's really good at with his words.
Not because it violates a party or a slogan, but because it violates the very premise of the country. Liberty either expands or she dies.
Rewatched it.
The struggle and disagreement that define the founding are alive right now. They are alive in Minnesota. They are alive in the streets, alive in the refusal to let grief be buried under procedure, alive in the insistence that the idea of America matters more than the comfort of those in power. This is the spirit of the revolution, not frozen in marble, not wrapped in a flag without understanding, but alive and breathing and standing in the street, refusing to be quiet. And as long as that spirit survives, America is not lost. She is still being made. Defiance till death.
Okay. Virtual violence, thank you. I need to look at more of his stuff. That was very good. Okay. He's very good at talking. That's for sure. I'll definitely look at more of his stuff. As a matter of fact, I'm going to subscribe to him. All right. Okay. What an inspiring man. Let's see here, guys, what else we got to react to. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there on this? Oh, hello, this Friday. Could a couple bits get my video higher up on the list, please? Which one do you want? Which one should we watch here? Godspeed, however, I understand the authoritarians won't allow their system to fail into obsolete. Of course, Godspeed. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, of course, Godspeed. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Godspeed. All right. So let's see here. Druzilla, which one? Which one? Are you still here, Druzilla? Oh yeah, you're right here. Druzilla, what's the video you asked me to watch? I'm trying to, because I know you mentioned it earlier. I'm trying to find it here. Druzilla. Boop-a-doop-boop-boo. You might need to move it up. Like, if you don't mind, Druzilla, would you mind moving it to the top? It might be so far back at this point that I'm going to have to. Oh, wait, here it is. Is it the, which one, Druzilla? Forgive me, Druzilla. Do you mind going into Discord, Druzilla, and just moving yours to the top so I can make sure to see it? All right. Ooh. How dare you, Lamira? I am not a greedy capitalist, okay? I am not a greedy capitalist. Okay. Louise, how dare you? Guys, how dare you? I am not a greedy... Capitalism, by the way, okay, I'm going to do the whole... Capitalism is where you exploit the labor of others. I ain't exploiting no one's labor, okay? I am only employing myself, so screw all of you, all right? How dare you, okay? Guys, this is an issue of supply and demand. I am in high demand, so there is a limited supply of what I can watch, and I'm in high demand. Prices must go up. I'm an asshole, I know. Okay, I'm totally an asshole. I thank you, Dolly, but you know I'm an asshole. Okay, so Druzilla, would you just repost the one you wanted me to send? You wanted me to watch? You know, Jonas, I'm gonna be doing that. Jonas. I'm gonna be doing it. Okay. So, all right. Okay, thank you, Druzilla. So, what we'll do here, guys, is Lamira, you're like gasoline thrower. You just come in here and throw gasoline on the fire. So, for just to be clear, folks, I am planning to make this into a co-op. After I start making enough to survive, I'm going to turn it into a co-op, which means that anyone who does labor on the channel will receive part of the profit of the channel. Okay. But if you guys go in, but I will say this, if you go into the Discord, I post every month how much money I made the last month. So yesterday I posted the amount of money I made last month in January. And so if you go into the announcements, you can see. So you can see that because I want you all to see that I'm not trying to exploit anyone here. Okay. So please, if you go look at that, you can see how much I'm making. And as soon as I am able to survive, I will absolutely, and I already send some people money for doing stuff for the channel. All right. Okay. Thank you, Druzilla. Let's do that real fast. All right, let's see here. There's from 4:15 in this, there's a video. You might want to look at it to see if it should be shown on screen. Ooh, Druzilla. Okay. I'll take a look at it real fast, Druzilla. 4:15.
So today we're going to be
4:15. And then don't worry, a mad scene. I'll get to yours, or whoever just sent me that stuff. We'll watch yours next.
Everything you're about to see is going to be concerning at the very least. Okay, obviously, I'm not
going to... But Druzilla did ask a while back, so we'll do this first and then we'll get into it, all right? Give me a second.
Show you uncensored pictures or anything, but the content nonetheless is disturbing. So this is actually one of the things that disturbed me the most. This is a video of someone being tortured, It's unclear exactly what is happening, if this is even role play. I don't know, but this scared the hell out of me because I feel like we are just getting the very tip of the iceberg.
What's my name? What's my name? My other name. What do you call me?
Oof, goodness. Okay, I should have given everyone an award. Okay, I should have given everyone a warning. Forgive me. So I guess this is just people screaming.
You will call me your father. Shut up!
Okay, I don't think I want to watch this right now, Drizella. I should have looked at this first. Okay. Thank you though, Drizella. I will take a look at this. Okay. Um, that sounds like her horror. I guess that's a recording from the Epstein files. That's terrifying. That's fair in your groove. I should have checked it out first. But thank you, Drizella. I will see about watching it maybe some other time. I need to watch it first to make sure I'm not. Yeah, this apparently is something from the files. That's really disturbing. That sounds like a horror movie. I'm gonna save this though. I'll watch it later, Drusilla, just to make sure. Okay. All right. Let's see here. So, is Twitch your job? Does that? Oh, and Matsy says, "Is Twitch your job? Does that make you kind of petite bourgeoisie?" Sorry, as you don't labor for pay. A mad scene. I am laboring. What do you mean? I do labor for pay, if that makes sense. Well, I actually, well, okay. I actually don't even labor for salary. I labor for donations. I'm not sure what you mean, mad scene, but that's okay. All right. So, okay. Eh. All right. So, let's go on here. What's busking mean? I don't know what it means. Okay. I'd have to remind myself how. Yeah, exactly. I put on a jester outfit and dance around so that people can throw coins at me. Okay. All right. So, guys, let me see here. Let's watch what I think a mad scene sent to me. Or who was it that just sent that thing to me down there about Nero? All right, Bread. We'll see who sent this. Nero, the monster of Rome. Let's see what this is about.
When I set out to make a video about Nero, I thought it would be a crazy biography of an
let's watch it. So this is called, I do like Nero's a very interesting character. There you go, I'm a jester. Right. Entertaining on the sidewalk for donations, kind of. All right, so here we go. This was sent to us by someone, God knows. This was sent to us by, I don't know, Hunger someone. Who sent this to me again? I don't know. I just saw you in here. You just sent me some money too. I already can't remember who it was. Dolly Boy, thank you so much for letting me exploit your wallet. I need to remind myself who sent this to me. Oh, well, whoever it was. Oh, thank you, F1 Addict. So let's watch. This is called Nero, the Monster of Rome. Nero was a fun guy. Nero is a very fun guy, okay? And I don't mean that in a good way. Okay, let's watch.
Absolute lunatic.
Oh, I know, Lemire. He was a goddamn lunatic. Okay. Now, admittedly, there's some interesting. Okay, I don't want to give anything away if he does talk about what I'm about to talk about.
But in researching, that's not exactly what I found. Nero is probably Rome's most notorious emperor. History tells us that he murdered his mother and his first wife, kicked his pregnant second wife to death, illuminated parties with human torches, and played the fiddle while Rome burned to the ground. But these same history books also say that he was absolutely beloved by the people of Rome. Nero was vehemently anti-corruption. He cut taxes, expanded slaves' rights, and outlawed capital punishment. So, which is it? Well, I was surprised to learn, like I think you'll be, that the story of Nero is a little more complex than just lunatic does horrific things. I mean, sure, I'll talk about all of those horrific things in detail, but I think by the end of this video, you'll find yourself questioning not just what you believe about Nero, but maybe what you believe about history and who gets to write it and what that means for the rest of us. First things first, though, let's talk about Nero.
Okay, this is interesting. A mad scene. Oh no, mad scene. I wasn't like mad at you, mad scene, but I don't actually know the answer to that question if I am petite bourgeois, because anyone in here doesn't have to pay anything, right? I know this is stupid that I'm quibbling about this. I'm just curious because I would have to relook at what Mark says, because literally the service I offer is free unless people want to send me something. You see what I mean? And then they can send me something. But no one in here is required to pay. No one in here is required to pay for the product. So it's like, Am I petit bourgeois? I don't know. Who knows? I'd have to check marks on that.
So the royal lineage of Rome is a huge, complicated spider web. We could really spend an hour or two talking about Nero's place in it all. So I'm just going to speed through this part. Nero was born as the great-great-grandson to the Emperor Augustus. So certainly not first in line to any throne, but always in the conversation from day one. Nero's mother was Agrippina and his father was Janaeus, but Janaeus died pretty young, and Agrippina, being involved with the Roman elite circles, married the Emperor Claudius, who then adopted Nero.
That's fair.
Claudius also had another son, but it seemed like the emperor favored Nero in most ways.
Yeah.
Claudius's advisors cautioned him, though. They said that Nero was spoiled a little.
This is really artistic. I like the artistic value of this presentation. Nero was extremely spoiled and shit. All right.
And kind of showed a cruel side. Now, Claudius had just succeeded the Emperor Caligula, who was famously demented and insane.
Yeah, another fun guy, Caligula.
So, of course, with that in mind, Claudius's advisors worried that Nero would be another Caligula, should he ever take the throne. But Nero never expressed much interest in power or taking over any thrones. On the other hand, his mother, Agrippina, was quite the
That's fair, Doug. I agree. I am selling my body also. I'm selling my body to all of you.
Opposite. Her life was marked by cunning, cutthroat power grabs.
Oh, is it
Claudius
I didn't know that.
Probably just that. Agrippina's son becoming emperor of Rome, after all, would be the ultimate power grab. So Agrippina killed Claudius. She poisoned him with deadly
Oh my god, classic Rome. Everyone just kills everyone else. Isn't that cute?
mushrooms. Probably. Not all academic sources agree on this, but it's very much in line with her character. In any case, Claudius was dead, and his birth son was too young to take the throne.
Of course, Drusilla.
So just 16 years old.
Yeah,
Nero
guys, you should know by
emperor.
now that the more you pay me, the more I'm going to insult you in chat, right? Like, Dolly Boy sends me a lot of money, and he's one of the people I'm the meanest to. Same thing with Matt Saigai. If you guys noticed a trend here, okay, if you like being abused in chat, send me money. I'm sorry, confused, Malzard. All right. Victoria says, look at those shoulders, right? Oh, my God. Guys, wait, I am listening to this. I'm sorry. I'm ADHD. No, a mad scene. Do not worry, a mad scene. I did not think you were saying that. I'm just literally not sure of what if that would meet the definition. I just had trouble understanding. I'm not upset at you, mad scene, at all, okay?
Of Rome.
But thank you, a mad scene.
After taking the throne, Nero basically said, I don't want this job anyway, so I don't really care. He kind of just did his own thing. At the time, artists were the lowest class in society, but Nero loved them. Nero was an artistic.
Were they? That's kind of interesting. Artists were the lowest class in society. Would someone tell me here in the chat who knows history, who might be below artists? Because I don't know if he... I don't know. There is definitely a group that is below that. Okay. In ancient Rome, what group would be Lemira? What Democrats? What group would be below the Mithro? Yes. I would say serfs or slaves, right? There were enslaved people in ancient Rome. Yeah, virtual violence, but if we're talking classes, as a class, the slaves were a class. I get what he's saying, but this is just a nitpick there, just a very small nitpick. There were a lot of slaves in Rome, too, who I'm pretty sure were below artists. Okay. Okay. There were also F1 had a lot of slaves working on latifundia, weren't there, or big plantations as well. But fair. Okay, we could debate this. There are different kind of slaves in modern day.
He was creative, so he started hanging out with artists in theaters and in brothels. He would even get drunk and make cameo appearances in theatrical productions. During this time, Nero held public orgies, once even getting married to another man who had participated. I don't know if Nero truly identified with the lower class, but he certainly won their affection with his sociable, creative personality. And indeed, he walked the walk, performing a series of diplomatic actions that were great for the lower classes of Roman society.
Yeah.
Nero inherited an empire that was enormously in debt, so he overhauled the tax system. To encourage economic growth and make it easier for people to earn a living, he lowered taxes on individuals and businesses. Nero also implemented a series of public works projects, creating jobs and boosting the Roman economy. Nero made it legal for slaves to file complaints about their masters. This gave slaves a higher standing in Roman society and possibly planted the seeds for future reforms. Nero also ended a war.
So guys, let me show you something real fast, okay? This, I think, I know, I keep, trust me, F1 Addict, I know I'm pausing this, but you're going to see I have a point for this. For the people that are watching, this is a super interesting point. And I want you to think about how this applies in our society when it comes to politics, okay? So Roman society kind of operated in an interesting way, and let me show it to you, all right? So let me find a little, I don't know, a whiteboard here. So for the elites, right now, this is sort of not fully true because this is the empire, not the republic, but it's same sort of principle here. There was an idea of three things in particular, all right? So I'm gonna draw this really poorly. All right, so this would be, I'm not gonna use the the Latin terms just to not confuse people. Power, all right? Prestige. Prestige. Okay, God, this looks terrible. And position. Okay, so the idea here is that there was something called a, the cursus arnorum. Now, we're not going to talk about that, but in Roman society, there was an idea that the goal here was the more prestige you got, the higher your position in society, which then gave you more power, which then allows you to get more prestige, to get a higher position and get more power. It was this cycle, okay? So for example, if you were an emperor or you had the highest position. So in order to maintain your power, you would want to do, you had the most power. You had to do a lot of prestigious things in order to maintain your power a lot of time, okay? Or before the empire existed, it was in a republic, you'd try to get one of these different government positions, which would give you enough power to do things that would make you prestigious. So if you were appointed like, I don't know, an aedile or a censor or whatever, you'd want to do things that made you prestigious to the populace, which would then give you the ability to get a higher position, which would then give you even more chance to use power to gain more prestige. Okay, it was a cycle of constantly trying to increase your power, prestige, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. This is a problem though, guys, because what if like you're gaining a lot of prestige? Like a lot. Yes, F1 Addict. And I'm just kind of at this point mixing that in with prestige. Okay, I'm oversimplifying. I'm not talking about pietas. I'm talking about virtus. Okay, and the cursus honorum. Okay, so if you imagine if like you're like Julius Caesar, who conquered massive swaths of territory, had tons and tons of prestige, but basically got to a point of having one of the most powerful positions, but still was getting more prestige, what else is left to give to that person? All right. If they've gained everything, all the most powerful positions, but they're still generating lots of prestige, it can cause a problem because then you have way more prestige than your position, your current position allows. Okay, you see what I mean? So it can cause a big problem, right? It's just interesting. And it was flawed in this way to an extent, okay? It was flawed in this way because if someone tried to get too much prestige and was too popular, it could open to the door for them to becoming a dictator. And that's what allowed sort of someone like Augustus to take over. There's a bunch of, they would become a deity at that point. Like after that, you become deified. Like what else do you give to people who have lots of prestige? Okay, so when you hear about Nero, there was still that dynamic of like having to be very prestigious. That's hard to answer, Jonas. It was probably with the empire, it was almost certainly more just because it was larger under the empire. But okay, So anyway, just an interesting cycle there in Rome. I'll go back to this. And that's why you'd want to be appointed like a military commander, because that would allow you to get even more prestige. Like if you conquered more, you'd be able, okay.
Negotiating a peace treaty with the nearby Parthian Empire. All of this stuff made Nero's reign pretty successful,
Yes.
at least as far as the common people were concerned. But the Roman elites, the Senate, they weren't impressed at all.
By the way, it also was important to gain all this prestige and position because that would kind of grant you immortality in the eyes of the populace. Because there was this idea that you can almost become a god by accomplishing a lot of stuff because your name will be passed down in history and things like that, and we'll put up statues to you. So it was almost like fighting, gaining immortality by gaining a lot of prestige.
They believed
Okay,
Nero
I'll
was
shut up.
making a mockery of the throne, engaging in arts, elevating slaves. This was all despicable to those in the upper echelon of Roman society. So Nero developed a sort of inner circle of power, trusted allies. Among those, his mother was not included. It's possible, likely even, that Agrippina just wanted to rule by proxy of Nero. Her own son was probably just a piece in her little game. So when Nero froze her out of power, she was furious. She began to side with Nero's stepbrother, Britannicus.
Oh my God, so
And
Roman.
This is basically where Nero's downfall begins. Nero got word that his mother was plotting with Britannicus to take the throne, so Nero poisoned Britannicus, securing his own position as ruler. Not long after, Nero began to wonder if he really needed Agrippina around. He concluded that, in fact, he didn't. Nero had his mother board a boat that was designed to sink. The boat indeed sank, but Agrippina managed to swim to shore. When she arrived at shore, Nero's men stabbed her to death. It's said that as the soldiers approached, she told them to stab her in the stomach, where, quote, she had nurtured the monster.
Jesus
sounds
Christ.
too poetic to be true. Stay tuned, because it might be. Nero tried to tell the Roman people that Agrippina's death was a suicide, but word quickly spread that he had murdered his mother, and the public began to turn on Nero. Now,
Yeah, not very pious there to murder your mother, right?
Nero was married to a woman named Octavia. Roman people loved Octavia. She was charming, active in public life, and just all around adored by the Romans. But after Octavia failed to bear him children, Nero tried to strangle her. This happened a few times, actually. Eventually, seeing that she was entirely
He's just a lovely guy, isn't he? He's just poisoning everyone he knows and strangling people. Lovely, lovely guy.
unable to bear children, Nero divorced Octavia. This infuriated the Roman people, and they even protested the separation. The whole city was really up in arms over it. But Nero saw this as a chance to display power to his subjects. He wanted to show his people that he could do things with or without their consent, so he had Octavia killed. Around this time, the walls began closing in on Nero. The people of Rome had turned on him, and his advisors, well, they had hated him for a long time. So a group of Roman politicians made a plot to assassinate Nero. There's no central idea as to what to do after Nero was dead, but the Roman elite knew Nero was just not good for the empire and had to be eliminated. Before they were able to kill Nero, though, the emperor found out about the conspiracy. Nero immediately executed
now, then,
people for...
there are some thoughts, folks, and I don't know if I fully... There you go, Jonas. I don't know if I fully buy this, that, you know, the elites hated him, so it's possible that the historians who wrote about Nero were biased and hated him because he wasn't, he did do things against them. It's much more complicated than that. He was a really bad guy and he did horrible things, but there was some historians who made that argument that the historians were, the historians who wrote about him no way pre-watch. What do you mean? That you know, a lot of the shit that he did was just kind of made up by these historians that came after, these historians who came from the upper classes afterwards. Okay.
Involvement in the plan and exiled another dozen. Up to this point, Nero had been a pretty bad guy, but in the years that followed this conspiracy, the emperor truly went off the rails. Now, this is where the Nero you've heard about becomes real. Shortly after the executions, Rome experienced the Great Fire. It burned for a total of 6 days, destroying 2/3 of the city. The fable goes that Nero was playing a fiddle while the fire burned. But this is entirely untrue. For one, fiddles hadn't even been invented yet. Secondly, Nero wasn't in the city when the fire was burning. Instead, he was at a countryside estate. When he got word of the fire, Nero returned home immediately. There, he opened his doors to those affected. Anyone who was made homeless by the fire was allowed to stay in the royal palace. The myth of Nero playing music while Rome burned is probably just a metaphor that got taken too literally.
Yes.
See, on one hand, Nero loved the arts and joyfully engaged in theater and music, but he was not above causing massive death and destruction.
Because also, guys, think about a lot of these things. How could we know that these actually happened, right? If he was killing people left and right, how would we know that happened? You see what I mean? All right, still wasn't a great guy. I'm not a big fan of... Hello, G-Man! I'm not a big fan of any of the emperors, but...
After Rome burned, Nero began the construction of a new palace. His palace was much larger than the previous one, and right on top of it, Nero included a 120-foot statue of himself. To this day, no one knows how the fire started, but the people of Rome began to think that Nero caused the fire so he could have an excuse to build this new palace. To combat these rumors, Nero decided to find a scapegoat for the fire. At the time, the Christians in Rome were basically a small-ish cult.
Interesting, Amadsine. Thank you for that. I really didn't know what it would be called. Fascinating.
Nero blamed them. He rounded up all of the Christians in the city and tortured them. Some were ripped apart by wild animals, others nailed to crosses and decapitated. At night, Nero burned Christians alive using the fire to illuminate his outdoor parties. Around this time, Nero began having marital problems with his new wife, Poppaea. Eventually, he flew into a fit of rage when Poppaea was heavily pregnant. Nero kicked her to death, aiming his blows intentionally for Poppaea's stomach in a gruesome double murder.
How do we know? Like, see, that's what I mean. Like, how would we know that? This is why I do think that Nero did some horrible things, though. Okay, other historians might even disagree with me, but a lot of the stuff we know about Nero is kind of was made up later by people who didn't like him.
Clear that Nero had lost whatever sanity he'd been holding on to. The emperor had his wife's body embalmed and preserved in a glass case so that he could visit her each night and talk to his dead wife. Shortly thereafter, Nero saw a 13-year-old boy named Sporus walking through town. Nero claimed that Sporus bore a striking resemblance to the now-dead Poppaea. The emperor had Sporus kidnapped and castrated. He forced Sporus to wear Poppaea's clothing, basically live as Nero's wife. Nero had Sporus appear in public as his wife, wearing the attire of a Roman empress. In a probably related decision, Nero began appearing in theatrical productions, wearing a mask of and playing the role of Poppaea.
Dear God.
Nero's new palace and statue were bankrupting Rome, so he asked one of his advisors, Vindex, to raise taxes. That was the last straw for Vindex. He joined forces with the governor of Spain and the royal guard to assassinate Nero. Nero lived his life in paranoia and madness and probably knew this assassination was coming.
Yeah.
One morning, he woke up to an entirely empty palace. He ran screaming through the halls for help, asking the empty palace if he had not friend nor foe.
Remember, guys, the elites didn't like him very much, so he might have had reason to be a bit paranoid, okay?
Emperor just wanted someone. Realizing that his death was near, Nero retreated with a small group of slaves to his estate in the countryside. Vindex sent soldiers to kill Nero. When Nero heard that soldiers were en route, he begged his slaves to kill him, but they refused. Nero stabbed himself with a knife, committing suicide as he spoke his final words. "What an artist dies in me."
That's cool in that scene. Okay,
Nero
here we go.
was adored by the common people of Rome for a long time.
Yeah.
He did a lot of great things for the Roman everyman, but these people didn't write history books. And
there
in
we
case of
go.
Nero, that shows. All of the information about Nero comes from 3 writers: Tacitus, Cassius Dio, and Suetonius.
Oh my God! Okay, first of all, Suetonius is a liar, outright liar, and he's probably going to say this. Tacitus, not that great either. Okay, I've talked about Suetonius before, right? Do you remember we watched that one video where that lunatic was like, and Suetonius told us this, and it must all be true. Okay, no. Yeah, I agree. Tacitus is my favorite. He's not perfect, but he's better than the other 2. Okay.
All 3 of these men were political elites who hated Nero and would be considered political opponents.
There we go.
They also wrote about Nero decades after he died. And when he died, he was the last of his family's dynasty.
Yeah, Dolly Boy.
It was in these men's best interest to denigrate Nero's character as much as possible. The worse they made his dynasty look, the better the new regime seemed by contrast. Their depictions of Nero fall right in line with a Roman political strategy called vituperatio. This was the idea that you could say anything about a political opponent. There were no boundaries. Nothing was off limits. You could
so it's like America today.
Literally just make things up, and that was an accepted part of political discourse. In fact, many of the heinous acts attributed to Nero also seem to be lifted from Roman mythology or other works of fiction. For example, Nero's mother requested that she be stabbed in the stomach where, quote, the monster was nurtured. But this exact thing happened in a fictional play with fictional characters that was written just years prior. Many depictions of the Great Fire also seem to be entirely plagiarized from earlier accounts of attacks on other Roman cities.
Yeah.
Nero was madly in love with his second wife. What's more, he was desperate for a child. Their first child had just recently died. Doesn't really make sense that he would kill his pregnant wife. And indeed, there's no evidence that says he did, other than the account of his political enemy. Even that is suspect. The murder of a pregnant wife was also a common storytelling trope in Roman literature. Today, Nero is seen as the embodiment of evil. Some scholars believe that the Antichrist was literally based on Nero himself.
Hilarious.
But more and more evidence seems to indicate that Nero may have been kind of okay,
kind of a
not
mad
that bad, at the very least, pretty far from the Antichrist. The story of Nero is one of the all-time great examples of controlling the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
The people who write history basically shape reality. You see, we'll never know how bad Nero was or wasn't, but it may not even matter at this point, because a couple thousand years later, what's written kind of counts more than what happened.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That was fantastic. That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you, the F1 addict. Yeah. I'm always talking, folks, about like how the sources that we get the information from about history can really distort the picture, right, Lamira? It can really distort the picture. I'm going to give you another example, guys. Who here, I'm going to actually, who here has heard of Rasputin? Rasputin. Rasputin. We all know Rasputin. 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 Okay. You know Rasputin? Okay. So Rasputin, tell me some things you know about him, guys. Tell me some, what do you know about Rasputin? Someone just throw some facts out there. If you know what I'm going to say, don't say it, because then it'll give it away. He was crazy. Okay, you're right in your groove. What else? What else have you heard about Rasputin? The healer that was, yep, okay. They put some poison in his wine. Okay. Magic man who baned the Tsar's wife. Okay. Correct. Right. Yeah. Right. Okay. Sexual fiend. Okay. So so historians have a lot. There you go. Yeah. Harry as F somehow kept surviving. He was the Judas of Russia. Okay. Yeah. Massive schlong, unlikable satanic cult leader. He was hard to kill. Mithril. Okay. So let me explain, guys. Historians, we have all these stories about Rasputin, okay? A lot of these stories were written after the fact by, or during the time by members of the Russian aristocracy who did not like Rasputin at all, okay? And if you actually go back and look at some of the things, now, some of the accusations are probably true against Rasputin. Some of the things he did, he seemed to advocate a lot for the peasantry. He seemed to be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be as mean to the peasantry and the serfs and things like that. Wait, were the serfs around at this point? I don't know if they were. I don't think the serfs were. I always have a mind. I always forget when the serfs were freed in Russia. Okay, anyway, he always seemed to advocate. He seemed to advocate for the poor quite a bit. If you look at some of the things we know he said and stuff. And he also seemed to advocate a bit for the Tsarina and the Tsar to ignore the aristocracy when they wanted to do things that would take power away from the aristocracy and give it to the poor, okay, and things like that. He seemed to kind of advocate for some things that the aristocracy really hated. And so is it any surprise that suddenly, after he is killed, there is a bunch of accounts that come out that say that he was just a whore who had a massive schlong and was baning all the women. And when we tried to kill him, he must have been like a demon incarnate, because we poisoned him with enough poison to kill 10 men and shot him and then tried to drown him. And what ended up killing him was hypothermia. And that he was baning the Tsarina. And you see what I mean? By the way, that is a classic misogynistic trope, basically saying that the Tsarina wasn't making decisions herself. It was this man who was manipulating her and screwing her, okay, and things like that. So, like, we don't actually know much about Rasputin. All we have are these documents that were written by members of the aristocracy who did not like Rasputin, okay? So, okay, well, that we were all taught that the Tsar being overthrown was a tragedy when the people, 100%, yeah, correct. And a lot of times the Tsars were horrible, right? The Tsars were horrible. They were absolutely horrific. But a lot of times they're presented as these innocent victims, like poor Nicholas was just innocent, okay? Nicholas was not innocent, okay? All right. But a lot of historical figures that we think about, and we think about what they did, is through a certain lens, isn't it? All right, is definitely through a certain lens. And a lot of people like to blame Rasputin for the failings of the regime, even though it was the regime itself that was absolutely horribly flawed. All right. Okay, guys? Yeah, great man adjacent at least. Okay. So, Malzard, you said that there was a show where they presented Rasputin as not being that bad of a guy. I'd like to see that because I suspect we don't have enough information about him to know for sure, but I suspect he wasn't that bad of a guy. He may have been advocating for some things. And of course, it doesn't help that he looked kind of scary in his pictures, right? Like some of his pictures here. But honestly, guys, I know I'm being biased, but look at his eyes. All right. Okay. Look in his eyes and things like that. Like his eyes were, he had these kind of, I know this means nothing. Where's his eyes? He had very friendly eyes, I thought. Okay. Like he has the eyes of a friendly guy. Okay, this means nothing, I know, but look at those eyes. I know he's kind of creepy, but just look at his eyes. Look at Rasputin's eyes. Okay. They're kind of friendly, like, oh, I'm a nice guy. Oh, he's a nice guy looking. Okay, anyway. Yeah, no, a mad scene, absolutely. And I don't want to downplay that he was definitely taking advantage of a situation, okay? He was to gain more power and influence for himself. But he wasn't this horrible demon that we like to think about, okay? At least as far as we know. And this is still debated by historians. We still don't really know. It's just to show you that there are different narratives we could have of him. And I suspect it's somewhere in between. I think he was vying for a position. He was manipulating a sick child and the mother, okay? Because he did do a lot of that stuff. But he also was advocating for some good things. He wasn't necessarily just an evil demon, okay? We just don't have many sources about him. All right. So, okay. Right. What was I about to say here? I forget what I was about to say. Okay. How are people doing? How are people doing out there? Let's see what we got. What do we got here? I am you know what? Let's watch this real fast. This was sent to us by, well, wait, I can't watch that one right now. Let me see what else we got here to watch. I also, guys, speaking of historical, rewriting historical and stuff, I'm going to put up my face real fast. This is a more recent thing, okay? This is more recent. But I keep hearing people say that MLK cheated on his wife. And that might very well be true. Okay, it might be true he cheated on his wife, but I find it interesting that that is a narrative point now that people need to talk about in regards to him. Oh yeah, he did some good things, but he cheated on his wife. Okay. So, that you're right, that's pretty bad. You don't do that to your wife, but that doesn't take away from the other stuff he did. And it's an interesting narrative piece that people focus on. And I think more and more teachers are teaching about it to try and give a balanced view of him, but I don't see how that changes it at all. And we should also point out, changes what he did at all. And we should also point out, by the way, that the FBI was often trying to ruin the relationship between he and his wife. So, okay. I just don't, it's interesting how through time the narrative is being rewritten to make sure that that is an important part of the narrative, that he was cheating on his wife. Okay. Anyway. All right. Yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy. It's like, oh, he cheated on his wife. Well, I guess we don't need civil rights anymore. Pack it up, guys. Yeah, he was probably a flawed individual. Who isn't? Yeah, exactly, Jonas, saying, like, gives the same vibes as Officer Tatum saying, "Did you know Rosa Parks had a car?" Yeah, and guys, like, and again, it's been recent that I've started seeing many more people say this. Okay. Oh God, G-Man, oh please, don't make me. Oh G-Man, I have interacted with Jesse Lee Peterson Jester Lee. Okay, let's see. And I feel almost embarrassed watching it, G-Man. It's hard for me to watch it. Okay, a mad scene. Have you ever looked at the Mitford sisters? 4 British aristocrat socialites. They all ended up doing mad things. One became a communist revolutionary in USA and beat the un-American activities investigation to run scare. One became Hitler's lackey, and one married the leader of a British fascist. I may try and that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I would love to see that a mad scene. That's really interesting. Okay, so guys, this is what we're gonna do. First of all, if you like my content, you become a member for as little as 99 cents a month over on YouTube if you'd like. Okay, what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to copy and paste. Oops. I'm going to copy and paste a link to our Discord. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. If you do join our Discord, you can send things for me to react to in the reactions channel. Okay, there you go. Boop. Please join our Discord. We have a great growing community on there. I'm sure everyone agrees that. Oh, thank you, G-Man. He better be second. He better be second. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I know Outer Signal. It's crazy. He better be second, G-Man. I'm first always. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, so please join our Discord. If you like the content, you can become a member on YouTube for as little as 99 cents a month. You can get free Jester hat next to your name. You get free members only emojis. And if you are if you're over on Twitch, you can become a subscriber for free using Amazon Prime. Send me some of Jeff Bezos's money, help redistribute the wealth, which isn't really what's happening, okay? But, give me some of Jeff Bezos's money, and then you won't have to see ads, or you can subscribe for regularly over there, and you won't have to see ads, okay? All right. So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to go urinate. I'm going to go take a piss, all right? I'm going to go pee. I'm going to go take a large urination. Okay, so I'll be right back. Now you all behave. We all remember what happened yesterday. Okay, we remember what happened yesterday. You all better behave, and I hope you're enjoying our Friday fun stream because I'm trying to keep it fun and light. Even though, let's not forget, folks, we're in a fascist hellscape. Okay, we're in a fascist hellscape. All right, and we need to do something about it. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. Lamira, why is it that the first thing I see when I look at the chat is you boldly saying we must overthrow the jester, Lamira? Yeah, that's right, Lamira. That's right. Hi, guys. Hello. Hi, I'm back. Okay, guys. Hi, guys. Hello. Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Jonas, I swear to God, Jonas, you're all a bunch of monsters. You know that you're all a bunch of goddamn monsters. All right. I love you all very much. You read nothing, Mr. Jesterman. Oh, that's too bad, Dolly boy. Like, if I cared about what you had to say, like, I just don't, though. I just don't. All right, how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing out there? Everyone doing well? Where's my thing? So I have heard that there are protests and shit going on, I guess. Did someone say that in chat earlier? Yeah, that's right, Dolly boy. You okay, anyway. I heard that there are protests or some shit going on. Did someone say that? Like, are there limits for how many videos you can bribe your way up the chain? Because I've got an unused Prime here. I mean, yeah, I would say the F1 addict may like, okay, I don't know. Please use your Prime. I like maybe I don't know. I have not thought of how to do the bribery or like how to make official the bribery. I'll do like a thing where if it's like $10 or more, okay? But we can't all we can't all if this makes sense, guys. I'm just saying this for your sake and everyone else. If you want me to watch a video or something, okay? You know, yeah, if you send me some stuff, I'll probably watch it, but that doesn't mean we'll be able to watch it right away. Does that make sense? Because I only do a certain amount of reaction video time during each stream, if that makes sense. Okay. So okay. And also, I will say this. I also will need to, this is hard because there's sometimes, guys, if you send me a video and you pay me to watch it, but I can't show it on stream, or I don't think it's a video I want people to see. Like, if it's a video that doesn't have, and I'm not saying you would ever do this, the F addict. I'm just saying, like, I should also check sometimes the videos rather than just putting them up. So I don't know. Okay, F addict. So yeah, F addict, please do your Amazon subscription. I won't mind at all. And then maybe I'll figure out a way to formalize the bribery scheme. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. Oh my God, that's amazing, Cody. You are Abraham Lincoln's 5th cousin 7 times removed. You know, Cody, Abraham Lincoln may have been gay, so that explains a lot. Anyway, so okay, guys, let's see here. Jamaica's walking out. What are you guys talking about? Maybe you can set this as part of a Patreon so that you can. I actually already have a Patreon. I just don't advertise it because I haven't been posting anything on it. But I do have a Patreon. Okay. Okay. We love bribes when it's our entertainment, less when it's our elected officials, right? Okay. Maybe you could set up Discord as part of a Patreon. That's right. I do have a Patreon, guys. I just have not been posting on it or anything. So I have been I have not been advertising it. You know what? We're going to okay. Well, bye-bye. Bye, Breaking Rob. Bye, Breaking Rob. If you're trying to be funny, it's not even funny. So bye. Bye, 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 bye. Gone. He is gone. You will not be coming back. All right. Anyway. So moving on. So yeah, today is not the day. This is supposed to be our fun. This is supposed to be fun, guys. We're supposed to be having a fun stream. All right. Okay, guys. So let's see what we got here. Right, HGMS, so funny. So funny, guys. Okay, all right. So what is going on with the Olympics? Let's take a look here. I just want to see, is the opening ceremony happening? And it's in Milan, right? Let's just take a look. Okay, so bad dog, Dolly boy, bad dog. All right. So looks like, okay, this is a terrible feed. It's just like showing us people's faces. Well, Malzard is a master chef, so okay, this is bullshit. Like I don't want to see people's faces. I don't give a shit about people's faces. What's this? I don't know. What is this shit? What do we? Does anyone know of have a good feed for like the Olympics opening ceremony? I really don't care that much. I know I'm a horrible person, but I just wanted to take a quick look at it to see what it looks like. The orange stain didn't show up in his couch. Well, that's true. Well, that's good at least. Opening ceremony, Olympics. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Doug. I was actually looking for that first. Okay, we'll do Mercado Media. Mercado Media. So this is live right now. There are protests going on. And thank you, Victoria. Protests going on in Minnesota. Now, here's the problem, guys. Who here knew that there were protests still going on in Minnesota? I'm honestly asking. Who here knew that there were still protests going on in Minnesota? Of all the people in here, would you tell me if you knew or didn't know? Now, I know you knew Sylvie, excellent. You knew Fetty, excellent. I'm literally asking. I'm curious how many people are aware of these. You could have guessed F1 Addict, okay. You knew. Okay, I know this is a biased. I knew that it's a biased question because this is a lefty community. So most of you did. Okay, most of you knew. You all assumed, but okay, good. Well, that's good news. Okay, because I'm concerned. Like I don't see any news coverage of any of these things anymore. I don't, and which worries me because it looks like it's not actually doing much. I know I sound like a doomer. But I want people to be radicalized, and this... All right, guys. What do we know? I am actually asking this. What are the demands these people are making? What demands are they? Are they asking for ICE to leave the city? Is that what their demands are? They're not on strike, right? They're not doing a strike. Let me look it up. Protests today. I did, Fetty. I saw that. Let's see here. I'm seeing here somewhat. They want ICE. Okay, that's good at least. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how effective these are going to be. I don't think they... I know I'm being dark, guys. People should be protesting, but we need more to happen. This isn't going to... Federal... Wow. Okay. Well, didn't that ICE guy get fired? He got replaced with a guy who is probably just as bad, but isn't as open about it and kind of hides the badness. So, all right, I have to see here. I just wish there needs to be escalation. Let me put it this way, guys. So, as I've said this before, and guys, I feel so bad. I'm not trying to criticize the folks that are out there doing this. They're doing something, okay? But the organizations planning this, what they need to do is they need to set demands. And then instead of protesting every day, they need to escalate if those demands are not met. So instead of saying like, oh, we're going to keep protesting and keep protesting, they should say something like, if we don't get our demands met, we're going to do a strike. If we don't get our demands met after the strike, we're going to do a strike and a boycott. If we don't, and again, I don't know enough about their planning to know if that's happening, but if they really want, that would be a better tactic at this point, because I don't think the protests are really having much of a direct effect, except for making the government change its optics a bit. So that would just be my recommendation to them, although I do appreciate. I could, Victoria, but I could reach out to them, Victoria. I could. Maybe I should do that. When we fight, we win, right, Meowzord? Is that okay, Doug? See, I didn't know that. You're saying that Target is losing 10 to 20 million a week? Okay. The city also just passed a bill banning them, but it says any federal agent from okay, that's fair. Okay, gotcha, Macon. So I'll look out for these things. I've been waiting for big protests to take place around me so I can go to one and live stream from it for you guys. I'm in Ohio, and I know that the oh god, Minneapolis businesses. Okay, I'm in Ohio, and I've been I've heard ICE is planning to raid Springfield, which is the city where there's a lot of Haitian immigrants. So if that happens, guys, I'm going to be going to Springfield, and I'll live stream from it. But okay, I really need to more carefully cover all these things because I've been focused on the Epstein files, etc. Okay, let's read this real fast. Well, I'll get back to that video. Give me a second, though. So, Minneapolis economy struggling amid protests. Okay. Minnesota economy is struggling as widespread protests continue in the midst of an ongoing federal immigration operation in the Twin Cities. Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, both Democrats, highlighted their economic concerns. We're going to new data shows that small businesses in Minneapolis are losing between 10 to 20 million. Wow, you're right about that, Doug. He added that the Latino and Somali-owned businesses are especially hard hit, while hotels have lost estimated 4.4 million due to cancellations. Frey argued the solution to these economic problems is for federal agents to leave Minnesota. There is a very quick and straightforward antidote to bring these businesses back, which is to have Operation Metro Surge end and to have ICE leave our city. Let's bring the economy back. Let's help these businesses out. Okay. Interesting. Of course, the Republicans are blaming the mayhem. They're blaming the mayhem and lawlessness on it. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Dolly Boy. Springfield is where Trump said they're eating press. Okay. The next large protest is in March. Okay. Honestly, though, because of the what is it with all these lunatics coming into our chat? Thank you, Meowzord, for getting it. Okay. I'm not in the mood today for these lunatics. Okay. All right. But as I said before, folks, there is some hope because as people build these networks, it'll allow people to act in concert easier later. Because right now, what we need is organization. We need people to get organized. I'm going to move forward here. Yeah, Macon, they probably will. And you have to understand too, guys, there are some businesses that will like that small businesses are failing. Okay? No, come back, good. Dolly Boy, come back. Here, puppy. Here, puppy. I'm sorry, I'm such an asshole, Dolly Boy. Okay. Here, doggo. So here we go. Okay. So this is them protesting. Interesting. Some businesses. Okay, no, come back, Dolly Boy. I'm sorry. The instant you brought up protest, it's really, that is hilarious. Hilarious. The moment I brought up the protest, it stopped recommending me on your main page. Of course it did. I'm more radical, I know. Okay, you know what? I'll take a look at Riverboat Jack, okay? Thank you, Mithril. I know you've mentioned her before. I'll take a look at that. Thank you. And let me actually look her up now because I keep saying I'll do it. Riverboat Jack. Interesting. Okay, thank you. I'll subscribe and then I'll go back and look at that. So guys, so the protests are going on. Let's go quickly over to the Olympics thing that I think Victoria sent. Dolly Boy likes it. Dolly Boy likes being dehumanized. Dolly Boy's into it. Okay, so I'm such an asshole. I apologize. Victoria sent this. Thank you, Victoria. Oh, God damn it. I can't see it. I'm not allowed to see it in my country, Victoria. All this pro-Brazil bias, okay? Pro-Brazil bias. All right. What's this, Meowzord? What's this shit? Okay, let's watch this. Thank you, Meowzord. This one is... I actually wanted to watch something like this, so we'll watch this real fast. There's other things I could watch as well, but I think this looks great. So I think I showed you guys the Epstein file that made it appear as though Epstein may not have committed suicide. Shocking, I know, shocking. So let's quickly watch this video, which talks about that. Is this the right video? Did I put up the right one? Yes, okay. So here we go. Let's watch this real fast, shall we? And then we'll do some other stuff. Why can't I hear it? Oh.
I think that the evidence points toward homicide rather than suicide.
Why? Jeffrey Epstein's suicide story is crumbling. As Trump's Department of Justice over a year
really,
later...
Fetty? That's hilarious. I hope so.
...revealed that there was an orange-looking figure in Jeffrey Epstein's prison area the evening before he was found dead by suicide. You can help build the only independent news outlet always on the ground with the people.
Okay, so I really like Status Coup. Let's go on.
It's Jordan with Status Coup. As we continue to cover Donald Trump's terror campaign on the ground in Minneapolis, and Trump continues his everyday distraction campaign.
Of course,
from
Meowzord.
the tanking economy and his hour-by-hour crimes. Jeffrey Epstein's suicide story is crumbling. As Trump's Department of Justice over a year later...
Dolly boy, I'm sorry. You know I love you. I hope you know I'm joking. I'm just... I find great amount of joy in dehumanizing you. I hope you know that. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. You're not a dog. You're a human being. Oh my God, I'm so tempted to be mean. I'm not... I won't do it. I won't do it. This time I won't do it, Dolly boy. I love you very much, okay? You are a human being, and you deserve all the dignity in the world, and you're great, okay? Now, Matt Saigai, on the other hand... Well, let's not get into that.
Now decided to reveal that there was an orange-looking figure in Jeffrey Epstein's prison area the evening before he was found dead by suicide. Folks, this is capital S scandal, and under any other president, there would be immediate calls for criminal investigations, probably by both parties, I think, and more. Let me show you, this is from CBS News, who entered Epstein's jail tier the night of his death. Newly released video logs appear to contradict the official counts. Newly released DOJ documents show investigators reviewing the surveillance.
Oh, guys, look, guys. Dolly Boy and Matt Saigai. Can you feel the love tonight? It is where we are. Oh, look at that. A new relationship is forming here in the chat.
Surveillance footage from the night of Jeffrey Epstein's death observed an orange-colored shape. It was a shape, I say. Moving up a staircase towards the isolated locked tier where his cell was located at approximately 10:39 p.m. on August 9th, 2019. The entry in an observation log of the video from the Metropolitan Correctional Center appears to suggest something previously unreported by authorities.
All right. Okay, what is it?
This went unreported for so long. Quote, a flash of orange looks to be going up the L tier stairs, could possibly be an inmate escorted up to that tier. It also appears, according to the FBI memorandum, that reviews by investigators led to disparate conclusions by the FBI and those examining the same video from the Department of Justice's Office of Inspector General. Here's the FBI log, describes the fuzzy image of a possible inmate. 1039, you see, could possibly be an inmate.
Guys, I'm not saying much because I'm just watching it because I haven't heard this.
To that tier, but the Inspector General logs it as an officer carrying orange, quote, linen or bedding, noting it in their final report as an unidentified corrections officer.
What?
Now, prison employees interviewed by
It can't be that hard to identify who one of your corrections officers is, right?
CBS said escorting an inmate at that hour would have been highly unusual. Which, common sense, we think a guard was escorting an inmate.
Mithril, I was thinking the same thing. Maybe it was Trump, right? Okay. Trump's, kind of, yeah, Jonas. Trump has his own Melisandre. It was a shadow creature.
To an Epstein's tier or jail area, why would an inmate need escorting by a guard at 10:40 in the evening? And as that prison employee told CBS News, that would be highly unusual. Then you have neither officer, these were the officers who were supposed to be guarding Epstein and basically, controlling the jail area.
Right,
that night
shocking,
with
Dolly
inmates.
Boy.
Neither officer was specifically asked about the orange-colored figure noted in the video observation log.
Hey guys, we just reached our goal of 220 subscribers over on, or not subscribers, followers over on Twitch. Yay! La da 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 da. We're now at 220 followers over on Twitch. I've been doing this for about 7 months now, 8 months, and that's pretty good. That's pretty good, guys. Yay!
Yeah, let's interview them, but not ask about a possible unknown person traveling up towards Epstein's cell the night he, quote, killed himself. Bonholm told investigators he did not remember the period between 10 p.m. and midnight and said he had no recollection of anyone walking up the stairs towards Epstein's tier around 10:30 in the evening. He added that a jail employee entering a tier alone would have violated policy. So there is 2 prison employees stating would be unusual for a guard to be escorting an inmate that late at night, or a jail employee to be walking solo in the evening that late at night. Then you have apparently the, quote, noose that was found around Epstein's neck.
Yeah.
Indicating suicide actually wasn't around his neck. Gee, by the way, I've been saying pretty much all along this was not suicide, and not based on conspiracy, based on reporting and facts, which I'll get to. But let's get to the noose, the missing noose. Kind of big deal here. Thomas told investigators he discovered Epstein in his cell shortly after 6:30 a.m. on August 10th.
Yeah, guys, this is just all so sus. Oh my God. And I am one that does not fall into conspiracy theories. Like, I am very much against conspiracy theories. But like, oh my God, how many all right, like when you have this much anyway.
And that he ripped Epstein down from the hanging.
Yeah, no, I've always had trouble believing this one.
Investigators asked what happened to the noose. I don't recall taking
Me
the
too,
noose
outer
off.
signal.
I really don't, he replied. I don't recall taking the thing from around his neck. Noel, one of the prison guards who remained
so
standing
weird.
at the cell entrance, told investigators she saw Thomas lower Epstein to the floor, but did not see a noose around his neck. Then where did the noose come from? The noose Epstein allegedly used has never been definitively identified. According to the Inspector General's report, a noose collected at the scene was later determined not to be the ligature used in Epstein's death. So he hung himself from the ceiling, although I've showed you in the past, a former mafioso who who was an inmate in that prison, said there's no structural or logistical way to hang yourself.
Yeah, I know, guys.
In any of those cells. So he supposedly hung himself.
And that's why I'm like, and I'm not saying that this is a conspiracy. I'm just saying, like, this whole time, there's so much weird evidence and like stuff comes out. Okay, it's definitely not beyond a reasonable doubt to think that he didn't kill himself. Yeah, it's just too much, too many coincidences. How many coincidences can line up just like this? It's possible, but very unlikely. It's just so messed up.
What if the guard took him down, but there was no noose around his neck?
Yeah.
And they never identified the noose?
Absolutely. It's definitely a conspiracy.
I got a bridge to sell you. Congressman Ted Lieu responded to this news that clearly the Trump DOJ has been burying for over a year now. Dear Judiciary GOP, you need to call Bill Barr, the former attorney general under Trump, who immediately blessed this as a suicide, said nothing to see here. Newly released video logs contradict official accounts of the night Epstein was found dead. And the noose at the scene was not what killed Epstein. Wait, WTF? That likely...
Wait, so literally it wasn't? The noose that they had is not the noose that killed Epstein? I know they just said that, but my brain is, I'm trying to process. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Doug, that's weird. Okay.
means some individual placed a noose at the scene.
That's true, Lacroix. And this is why, like, I don't know 100% what happened, but okay.
This is a congressman stating this, not some YouTubers. I also want to point out, although this story is coming from CBS News, this was pitched to CBS News over a year ago. They basically said, conspiracy theory. This is from attorney Adam Cochran. When the video first came out, I pitched CBS and 2 other outlets on my findings of the sighting at 10:39 p.m., the edited video file and scoop on the FBI agents' names that edited it, the missing noose. CBS told me none were credible. Since then, they've reported all three almost a year later, acting as if it's some brand new finding they've uncovered from detective work. By the way, folks, separate from Jeffrey Epstein, I could do a whole documentary. Hell, I could do a whole ongoing series about major stories that corporate media, from the New York Times, the Washington Post, CBS, NBC, ABC, PBS, ignored.
This, guys, is the propaganda model, right? I told you there's those 6 filters between us and what actually happens. The news media is in bed with the elites. They limit what they tell you. They will only talk about certain stories, and it's almost always beneficial to power how they frame things. So this is just more of that, right? This goes exactly what we were talking about yesterday, okay?
Or past when pitched to them by journalists like me, including many of the bombshells that I released in my Flint Water book of 2024, We the Poison, exposing the Flint Water cover-up, including the
Victoria. I don't know, what do we all think though? Okay, yeah, totally, F addict. So Victoria says, do you think Trump underestimated his followers with these Epstein files? I mean, the amount of noise. It's to be seen, Victoria. Right now, it doesn't look like they care that much. Some of them do care. It appears that some of them do care. I don't know. I have not seen the backlash yet. We might have to wait a while to see if it actually has affected his followers. He might have underestimated them. I don't know. Okay.
the former governor of Michigan, Rick Snyder, presiding over a criminal deadly cover-up to bury the fact that people were drinking contaminated bacteria, deadly bacteria-soaked water, and he buried it. I had documents proving that years before I published them. All those outlets passed.
Yeah.
Did they not care?
The F addict.
But there's so many scandals in America, from environmental genocide to potential murder to shut up a global child sex ring leader, that these outlets just look the other way. But then when other people find it, suddenly they're exposing it. CBS has some explaining to do. So does the New York Times, by the way, who's ignored much of the Epstein saga for years.
I mean, it's CNN. What do you expect? Yeah, Meowzord. By the way, I really like his flag in the background, and I really think it's a much more accurate flag, and it should be the American flag. I know you guys can barely see it, but behind him is an American flag, and on the blue portion of the flag, instead of stars, there's corporations. So you have CNN, Unilever, Apple, Chevron, McDonald's, Starbucks as the stars, and that's much more accurate. That's a much more accurate representation of the base of power in this country. It's corporate entities. I kind of want this flag. Yeah, I kind of want this flag, and I kind of want to wave it outside my house to at least, you know, at least be more accurate. I think that's a more accurate representation of the country. The guy on YouTube, Dean Withers, debates MAGAs. He had someone on that legit asked, why is child... Oh my God. So maybe they are. Maybe there is no hope there in your groove then. Oh, goodness.
This is going to be very difficult to see, but I just wanted to show you. This is circled here, but that is the orange.
I know, F addict. I know. And it's funny, F addict, how they think that people on the left don't listen to those outlets too. We don't. I know the lefties in here aren't exactly big into CNN, New York Times and shit like that. All those companies are right of center. Okay. They're right of center, slightly right of center. And then MAGA, of course, is far right, but none of them are left wing. It's just funny. Okay.
Which to me, I mean, it's hard to see, but it does. To me, I see a hand and an orange.
Yeah, LaCroix.
At least an orange.
Well, LaCroix, I would say also the Necessary Conversation podcast, the mom at least is trying to, appears to be struggling a little bit with the Epstein stuff. I think the dad is unrecoverable. He's a Nazi. I have no sympathy for him. None. He's a disgusting human being. And I have trouble even watching the show anymore when he's on. It's like there's no value in it, in him being on there. It's just, and he says so much kooky stuff that I honestly think that the guy who runs the show, what is his name again? I don't think he should have his dad on anymore because he says so much kooky stuff. You can't push back against it. And I get that it's supposed to reveal their, how horrific their views are, but I just have issues with it. I can't watch it when the dad's on. I can watch it. Yeah, I think the mom I think is valuable to watch sometimes. The dad is a bit much. Okay, I can't stand it.
There. Onward. Adam Cochran again said, why did it take
Sylvie.
the Trump DOJ more than a year to admit that an unidentified individual is seen approaching Epstein's cell at 10:39 p.m.? Why was it not covered in the Office of Inspector General report? Why was it denied by the Patel FBI? Well, I mean, I just interviewed Congressman Ro Khanna and showed FBI Director Kash Patel perjuring himself to Congress last year. So it's not surprising at all that the Kash Patel FBI, Kash Patel, who as a podcaster was huffing and puffing that there was a massive cover-up and scandal with Epstein, but then when he became FBI Director, nothing to see here. And why do we still not have answers from the fact that videos have been edited?
Who's this here? One in Solaris. Welcome here. You say no, you missed the point. What were you responding to there? What did In Your Groove say? Jesus, In Your Groove, terrible. I doubt In Your Groove said anything. In Your Groove is on point most of the time. Forgive me. Okay, I don't know what you're referring to there, but hello, one in Solaris. I don't know what you're commenting on in regards to something In Your Groove said. Welcome to the stream, though.
And have digital paper trail showing the exact agent who did it, but no one questioned him under oath. Journalistically, this is called You Cannot Find What You Don't Look For. And for those that have never seen it, I keep playing this clip because I think it's important. Renowned forensic pathologist Michael Baden, Dr. Michael Baden, I believe very quickly after Epstein's suicide, he was asked by Epstein's brother, Mark, to observe the autopsy. He said, from what he saw, this was not a suicide.
I was asked by the brother, the next of kin, to be at the autopsy. And at the autopsy on day one, there were findings that were unusual for suicidal hanging and more consistent with ligature homicidal strangulation, which included...
And it was suggested at the time that he committed suicide by doing what?
By hanging. At the time, he was found allegedly hanging by a homemade ligature of sheets.
Are you saying you don't think it was suicide?
I think that the evidence points toward homicide rather than suicide.
Why?
Because there are multiple 3 fractures in the hyoid bone, the thyroid cartilage, that are very unusual for suicide and more indicative of strangulation, homicidal strangulation.
Or indicative of homicidal...
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. In Your Groove, I don't understand. What in Solaris, I'm honestly asking, are you saying, in Solaris, are you saying that when In Your Groove says that someone defending doing that to children, when someone defends that, you're saying that we can't just say that's bad? I'm very confused. So you're saying so guys, all right, forgive me. I know I'm getting kind of forgive me, Insularis. I'm trying to figure out what's being taught, what's being debated here. What occurred? What do you mean? What didn't occur? What didn't occur? Because I don't see what In Your Groove did wrong. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about, Insularis. I literally am. Okay. The caller asked Ian a question. Why is X bad?
Strangulation.
Okay. Insularis, but so why do we need to Insularis, I don't understand why we would need to. Do you think, Insularis, we need to, every single debate we have? So okay, let me explain this. There are societies have certain norms, right? There are norms within a society. So doing that to children is generally considered bad, and we don't really need to explain it. It's well known. In Your Groove just explained it, but it's horrible for the child. But why do we? It's weird to have to explain that, right? It is weird to have to explain that, because to the moral subjectivists, the moral. Come on, Insulaire. That is not. You're nitpicking. Why are you going after In Your Groove for stating something that everyone believes is true, unless you don't believe it's true? Who doesn't think? Honestly, though, literally In Your Groove, who thinks that child doing that to children is okay? I don't. Now, in different societies, the definition of it is different, but I don't understand why we are debating this. It's weird. Everyone believed the Earth was effing flat, too. Okay, Insularis, go ahead then. Defend it. All right? Why, so would you make a defense of doing that to kids? I'm very confused, okay? And that's very different in Solaris. You even just said that doing that to children, okay. I don't know what we're debating here. It's bizarre. In Your Groove knew exactly, um, In Your Groove knows exactly what he's talking about. He's 100% right. And everyone in here understood what he meant. All right. He wasn't, by the way, trying to convince anyone that it was bad. He was saying an established thing that everyone in this community knows is true. All right. Okay.
And I also want to show you Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark, who, by the way, not a small detail, sent a tip to the FBI in 2023 that he thought, here's the bottom, Jeffrey Epstein was murdered in his jail cell. I have reason to believe he was killed because he was about to name names. I believe President Trump authorized his murder. Let that sink in. Jeffrey Epstein's brother, not some crackpot, his brother, tipped off the FBI. He thinks Trump ordered a hit.
Oh, in Solaris, congrats. You just did the exact same thing that you're blaming In Your Groove of. You're saying I'm a moral objectivist. I'm happy to say it's bad all the time everywhere. Why? If you're saying what objectively then makes it morally bad? I don't even want to get into this argument. Okay, I don't even want to get into this argument. This is crazy. We don't want to get into it. All right, moving on.
On his brother. Here is Mark Epstein also talking about the fact that he asked for video from that area around Jeffrey Epstein's cell from the night before his death all the way to the morning. And here's what he was told.
Now, I asked to get the footage from that same camera on the Freedom of Information Act from 10 o'clock the night before until noon the following morning. That would show who locked up the tier, who were the last people on that tier. And in the morning, it would show, Michael Thomas going in the guard and finding the body, and it would show what the situation was when they removed the body from the tier. I was initially told I couldn't get that footage because it was still an open investigation. Okay, I understand that. But then when the investigation was over, I asked for that footage again, okay? And I was now told that the cameras that were operating don't show that area.
That's right.
I have this in writing from the Bureau of Prisons.
Not to mention, as I've reported, and comes out in the Epstein files.
All right, this is interesting.
A psychologist meeting with Epstein a month before his death, 2 weeks before his death. Epstein was cocky. He was looking forward to his bail hearing. He mocked the psychologist for even suggesting he might be suicidal or asking. He said, I would never kill myself. He was more concerned that he wasn't getting his constipation.
Yeah, that's
medication.
interesting. Now, I will say I don't mean to sound, I'm not trying to demand it, but that doesn't mean that he won't that doesn't mean he won't unalive himself, right? Okay. Okay.
Then suicidal.
Guys, I know a lot of you are bothered that I was engaging with that person, but I'm sorry. I felt like this, I don't know why, I got this really anger inside me that he went after In Your Groove like that, because anyway, it's just so stupid. And there's okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't engage with folks like that, but it just was so dumb. I had to say something.
There was zero indication he was suicidal.
Thank you,
In
Jonas.
fact, there was indication he was excited for his bail hearing. Bottom line, Donald Trump, I believe it was in June 2019, as president, meets with Prince Andrew while Donald Trump was in the United Kingdom. We all know Prince Andrew's role in all of this.
Oh, yeah,
Epstein.
Prince Andrew.
I don't know what their discussion was, but they did meet. Michael Wolff's book, Siege, comes out in June of 2019 about Donald Trump. There's details in that book.
I know,
pertaining
Meow's
to
word.
Trump, Epstein, potential Trump money laundering, mortgage fraud, among other things. 3 weeks later, Trump's Department of Justice decides to arrest Jeffrey Epstein. Why then? Trump had been in office for years. They arrest Jeffrey Epstein.
Thank you. By the way, thank you, Toya.
I don't know for a fact, but obviously Trump knew that this man had blackmailed elites all over the world. And Trump certainly knew that Epstein likely had some dirt on him, whether it involved his untoward or potentially illegal activity with young girls or financial crimes. And then Jeffrey Epstein is found suicided in his cell, apparently with no noose ever identified.
Yeah, addict.
You cannot make this up. Shame on
Hey,
the media
Ninjester.
for lazily peddling and laundering this nonsense about a suicide for years. This, obviously, victims getting justice is first and foremost the most important thing. Transparency, accountability for the predators that preyed on these young girls. But who killed him? How he died is directly related to all that, because if he was murdered, it was to shut him up from potentially cooperating and revealing the crimes of others, potentially including the President of the United States.
Oh my God, it's insane. This timeline we're living in is truly insane. Okay, more and more evidence that seems to point now circumstantially, but to this not being a suicide. All right. I mean, I don't think any of us are terribly surprised. Look how relaxed I look, guys. I'm like laying back in the chair. This is a nice Friday stream. This is a nice Friday. I'm gonna put up my face here for a second, guys. Yeah, here I'll explain. Let me explain something real fast, guys. Now, just to this is actually an interesting point to talk about. Okay. Hello, Andy Kaufman. So, guys, like, I don't understand a few things here. For those who are confused, right, just to explain to you, moral relativism is the idea that morality is different at different times, places, and societies, right? That we can't really have a set and true morality. Objective morality is the idea that there is a certain morality that is right and true everywhere, okay? And like it is how do I say this, guys? The right wing thinks that thinks that moral relativism means that anything can be good at any point anywhere, okay? Because it doesn't matter. Because for most of the right wing, the morality is linked to religiosity. So there's a set moral system given to you by God. But guys, it's just a fact that morality is different in different places. Now, there are certain set values that are kind of universal to humans. So for someone to claim that they're a moral objectivist, like you can't defend that position. Like, think about it. How do you determine what okay. The point here, guys, is that we do have a morality though, right? That we've agreed upon generally as a society, well, maybe not completely, as people that we agree upon, and we can try to find a good moral system that the most of us think is good and moral and things like that. Does that mean it's objective? No. But it does mean that, yeah, exactly, Jonas. We had this. It is kind of scary, I know. But like I have faith in us to find a good moral system. And all right. There you go. Macon, correct. I like how Macon phrased that. Macon says, I mean, morality is subjective, but once people agree on the goals of a moral system, we can then objectively determine right and wrong. Correct. So that's what I always say, guys. Like, if you have an idea in your head about, I've said this before, what do you want to see in society? What do you have to see in society? What do you want to see in society? Once you know what your goals are for society, you can determine what morality is better or worse. Okay. So, like, I think everyone should have my goal for society is well being. I think that I want to promote the greatest well being for the greatest number of people. So, I build my moral system off of my goal of well being for the most people. All right. And you see what I mean? So, okay. And I think a lot of us think that way. So you all have to think of it that way for yourselves, okay? And yeah, all right. And by the way, for those that think it's better to have an objective morality, how do you know that it's wrong then? How do you know if it's wrong? If you have an objective morality, well, then there's no real way to change it, because what if you find out that something you're doing is wrong, okay? Like, the people thought that slavery was objective morality. People thought that war and conquest um and stuff like that was was objective morality. A lot of times religiosity has good morals, but it also can give you very bad morals that you can't question because they're objective, right? Uh yeah, exactly, Jonas. Exactly. So it goes both ways. Jonas is right. Like, and then you decide to implement Sharia law, because even if you might not do that normally, if it's an objective truth, then well, you just got to do it regardless of the morality. But so there are flaws with both ways of doing this, okay? Um all right. So real fast here. And I know it's scary though. It's a scary thought because it implies that we can't always The point here, guys, is that we have moral systems, but just know that we create those moral systems. Okay, Andy Kaufman. Hello, Andy Kaufman. Welcome to the chat here. Andy Kaufman says, okay, Andy Kaufman says, I disagree. The Bible says, excuse me. 1 second, guys. I'm going to go back up here. All right, here we go. So, okay, Andy Kaufman, morality is simple. Don't do to others what you wouldn't want done onto yourself. But if you do it anyway, you don't have morality, only power. So, Andy Kaufman, I understand. Okay, are you a Christian, Andy Kaufman? That's okay if you are. I was raised a Catholic. I've read the Bible many times. Christopher, sorry, Andy, you say here, it's simple. Don't do to others what you wouldn't want to do to yourself. Andy Kaufman, if I was a serial killer, I probably wouldn't want to be caught by the police and have justice done to me, right? So does that mean I shouldn't want other serial killers to be caught by the police and then put in prison? So I know that that's a biblical belief, but I think there's a flaw in there partially, because that assumes that everyone has the same good intentions. Okay. So like, you see what I mean? Or like, if I'm a sociopath, what if I want to just take all the wealth and the power in the world? Does that mean I think that I should treat other people? You see what I mean? All right. But you wouldn't be killed by a serial killer? What? What do you mean, Andy Kaufman? I don't get. Anyway, all right, but I'm not sure what you mean there, Andy Kaufman. All right, but what if you have my point here, Andy Kaufman, is what if you have a bad moral view about something? Does that mean you want to see other people doing it too? Because that's what that implies. But in which case, how do you determine that? All right. Yeah, this is assuming everyone is a good way. All right. Exactly. So Andy, but again, we could debate this. I know I'm getting off track here, folks. Thank you for joining us, Andy. Someone else here said, Christopher, if a moral was objective, then it should not be possible to break that moral. Like gravity accelerates. Yeah, exactly, Christopher. Exactly. And or at the very least, what makes it objective, right? Like it's just fundamentally true. Like the word moral, more like objective morality doesn't make sense to me, even at least as an anthropologist, because it's linked to cultural values and shit. That doesn't mean I don't apply my morals to other cultures, right? Like I don't particularly agree with human sacrifice like the Aztecs used to do and stuff. I wouldn't do that. Okay. All right. How dare you, Ninjester? Okay. I feel like I thought I was explaining it well. Maybe I'm not explaining it well. Okay. Who knows? Maybe you're just joking with me, Ninjester. Okay, guys. So, all right. Exactly, Meowsword. All right, you guys. So anyway, okay. All right, you guys. So here we go. Let's go on here. And by the way, guys, that actually gives me hosts. I don't want to be insulted by you, so I won't insult you. I don't want to be insulted by you, so I won't insult you. Okay, okay, Andy, so I get what you're saying. You're saying if I don't want to be insulted by you, I won't insult you. Well, what if I don't want someone to yell at me, so I don't yell at anyone, but I am doing something deeply immoral that deserves me being yelled at, for example? Like maybe, or maybe I don't want to be put in jail. So like, I don't want to be put in jail for killing someone. So I'm not going to put someone else in jail for killing someone. Right. So we could even apply it directly to people. Like maybe I won't put someone else in jail then for killing someone because I wouldn't want to be put in jail for killing someone. Anyway, But okay, guys, I'm sorry. I know I'm getting off track here. I'm having too much fun talking this morning. So thank you guys, Andy. Thank you, Andy, for the debate here. Really, I'm enjoying it. All right, you guys. All right, so let me see here. What else we got here to look at, guys? So what time is it, by the way? Oh, it's 4:09. Okay. And I guess we could talk about this more. Maybe I'm not. I do enjoy it, Matt. It's like I am enjoying debating it. Okay, I am enjoying debating this shit. But I know maybe I'm not the best at it because I'm not used to having to debate this stuff. But okay. But thank you though for everyone who was participating. Let's see what else we got here to react to, guys. I'm sure we got something else to look at. Okay. Oh, you know what? Oh, this is from chat. I didn't mean to do this, but okay, let's watch one more thing here, guys, real fast. Oop, nope. What's this? This was sent to us by Louise. I want to see.
It is literally.
Okay, so this was sent to us by Louise. It's called. It is called Mark Kermody's brutal Melania takedown. Okay, let's take a look here. I'm very glad to see a takedown of. Here we go. Are you all cheeseburgering? How dare you all cheeseburging? You got this, Trumpville. Thank you. Okay, sure, we can do that, Cody. There you go, Sylvie, right? Yeah, maybe we should do call-in debates, guys. That'd be kind of fun. I'd kind of like that. I don't know if I'm that great at it, to be honest with you. No, you think about the consequence of your actions, but not about the morality. I don't kill because I don't want to get killed. But if I still do, I'm just wasting my power. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I'm not understanding it, Andy. It's okay, though. We can see me some other time. Okay, so this was just a short video on I guess they're going to talk about Melania. I'm excited for it. All right, everyone ready? Here we go.
It is literally, you kind of think, it's like somebody making a documentary in which Eva Braun feels sad about war whilst Hitler invades Poland. I mean, it's just like all this stuff.
Oh my God. Oh, I love that comparison. It's so true. I love that. That's hilarious. Okay, that's funny. It's like, it is so true.
Is going on, and all we're hearing is this person saying, "Oh yes, I care about the children," and I.
Oh no, I didn't. I didn't. The F1 addict. You should send that to me or whatever. Okay.
Just everything is for my family, and she says, "I will always use my influence and power to fight for those in need." It makes Derek Zoolander seem like smart and self-deprecating. 5 days away from the inauguration, she's still going on about a creative vision, and it's all about the hat. She talks about Mar-a-Lago as a refuge and a place I can exhale. And if you've ever seen anything from Mar-a-Lago, that's it. And then in its final act, it basically turns into Triumph of the Will. I mean, it's a piece of handsomely mounted crypto-fascist propaganda in which Melania basically talks about the American spirit is filled with hope and optimism. And she's saying this as the Trump family prepare to move into the White House to actually destroy democracy. And then you realize it's a heist movie. It's a heist movie about a crime family breaking into the seat of power and stealing the cutlery whilst destroying democracy. It is literally...
Oh my God, that's funny. That's good. I thank you, Louise. I don't know if Louise is still here, but that's very true, okay? All right, guys, so let's do this now, all right? Thank you, everyone who's donated so far, etc. What we're going to do now, guys, we're going to play a game because, dear God, it's Friday. I need to play a game. We're going to play the... I know Cody asked for this, and I'm a very kind soul. Are you still here? Yeah, Cody's still here. Let's quickly play some of the time guesser game, okay? I'm in the mood for Time Guesser, and then maybe we can play a little bit of something else, right? I'm in the mood for a little, oh, you did, Doug? Let's watch that first, okay? Let's watch that first, actually. So Doug sent a short clip. Let's watch that short clip. I did say we could watch it. Oh, this is gonna be hard for me to show. Okay, one second. I need to give me a second here. This is gonna be, I have to Doug, I'm sorry. I'll show it tomorrow. I have to change all my video things because it's not a link. So we'll do it tomorrow. I'm sorry to say. It'll just take a lot of effort to go all the way there and then all the way back and switch and shit like that. I'm sorry about that. Okay. What virtual violence send here?
It was the most beautiful thing.
Oh, okay. That looks funny. We'll watch that at some point. What is, well, let's watch what Jonas sent us, I suppose.
When the last time you let it rip?
What?
When the last time you let it rip? Beyblade.
Oh, wow.
You ready?
I'm ready?
Are you?
I don't have much time.
Oh, that's cute. We'll watch this real fast. This just looks like a cute little one. So this is just a guy walking up and randomly battling people, okay? Oh, no, it's okay, Doug. Don't want to apologize. I'll just do it later, okay?
When the last time you let it rip?
What?
When the last time you let it rip? Beyblade.
Oh, wow.
You ready?
I'm ready?
Are you?
I don't have much time, but I'll do one.
Let's get one. Let's do it real quick. What you about to head to?
Oh, I'm going home.
Oh, you get to that bed? Oh.
I'm changing.
Yeah, it messed me up. I was like, is it 7 o'clock? It got me out of nowhere. Yeah, grab you some. I know you're probably looking for that Pegasus. I don't got the budget for that.
I gotta be honest with you, I wouldn't do the first thing.
Oh, really? You just heard of it before?
What is this? I've never seen a Beyblade. What's a Beyblade?
Right. 3, 2, hey, hold on, time out. I don't like the laugh you got. You like you got something up your sleeve.
I don't even have sleeves.
Yeah, you're right. I like a menacing laugh.
Sylvie, by the way, Sylvie, I want to real fast say it here. I know I'm interrupting this. Sylvie is is an original. Sylvie is in here all the time. Guys, how dare you? How dare you? I'm trying to be nice to Sylvie. Stop insulting me for not knowing what a Beyblade is. Sylvie has, you got to let it rip sometimes. What do you mean I got to let it rip? What do you mean? Should I just play it all? Okay. You know what? We'll just watch this. Then I'll say what I'm about to say about Sylvie before, all right?
Yeah. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Oh!
That was not a clean piece of work.
Hey, it was cool though. How you jumped up and came right back down.
I think I'm toast. There's
too much
in
Ooh,
Yeah,
come on.
that's it.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Finish it. Come on, stop oral for me.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm running back. One more.
Hey, let's go.
Oh, that was cute. That's really cute. They're battle spinning tops. Okay. You have a beef with a girl named Sylvia? I'm sorry, TJ. Okay. Oh, that was cute. Thank you very much for that. And then we'll look at what F1 sent us real fast. This is okay, first of all, let me say, Sylvie, by the way, it has been in our community for a while. I don't often talk to Sylvie because Sylvie hangs out in the background. But everyone should acknowledge that Sylvie is a community member and is valuable to us. And I feel bad that I have not mentioned Sylvie and spoken much to Sylvie. Sylvie, you get a boop. Boop. Just for Sylvie, because the rest of you are degenerates, okay? All right, I just want to throw that out there. All right, so, this was sent to us by F1. This, by the way, I do not agree with him. I just thought it was kind of funny. Okay, fair. This is Nick Adams. I am settling in for a showing of Melania, and the theater is packed. Okay. Earlier, a bystander earlier, a bystander asked if I was heading in to see Avatar, and I stopped dead in my tracks. Avatar? No, son, I curtly replied. I don't watch woke movies. I'm here to see the groundbreaking documentary about our incredibly talented First Lady. Oh my God, this is so cringe. This is so cringe, dear God. All right. The man's 2 little girls began jumping up and down, pulling on his sleeve and begging, Daddy, we want to see Melania. But, he stammered, I thought you girls wanted to see Zootopia too. No, they said, now nearly shouting, we want to see Melania. She is the most beautiful First Lady ever. Jonas, Avatar is woke because it's anti-colonialism, all right? That's why. Their father was scrambling, stressed out, and disoriented. Why? Why was he? Okay. Girls, I'm afraid you aren't the only ones who are captivated by President Trump and his beautiful wife. God, this is so cringe. I said, kneeling to get on their level. Virtually everyone in this theater is here for the 7:30 showing, and it's about to be sold out, and it's been sold out for days. Tears begin welling up in their eyes. But, I said in a hushed tone, I happen to have a few extra tickets with me, and I'd like you and your dad to have them. Oh, this is some other person. Jesus. Okay. They jumped for joy and began hugging their father. He looked relieved as oh my, I don't know if I can read all this. This is just so humiliating. Oh, this is so humiliating. This is so humiliating. Dear God. Okay. I handed them the tickets and pulled him close. Raise these girls right, I whispered. Raise these girls right. Raise them right. Okay. Teach them to be classy conservative women of a faith like Melania. Don't let them become like Meghan Markle. Capiche? Oh my God. He hugged me and thanked me profusely. What are you going to do now? He asked. Don't worry about me, son, I told him with a twinkle in my eye. I've already got tickets to the next showing. Oh my God, this is awful. Guys, this guy is in the administration. This guy is in the administration. He's not joking. This is not a satire. Okay, oh my God, this is our country. What are we doing? Okay, this is hilarious. I'm in Pep Talks, Visoria. What do you mean, Sylvie? Forgive me. Sylvie, how dare you? I talk about how you're a member of this community and you then advertise for other communities. Shame on you, Sylvie. Shame on you, okay? A lot of those are good communities, by the way. The only community you're in, Sylvie, is my community, all right? I have a monopoly on left and liberal communities, okay? All right. Yeah, no, it's not satire. It's horrific, all right? All right. So, all right, let's go on now. I know, this is so humiliating. Oh my God, this is so humiliating. That's so funny, Meowsart. I've never seen so much filleting by one person, and I've been to Burning Man. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, let's play a game. Let's do it. Let's play a game. I think we've had enough. We've had enough. Let's play a game. All right. It is let's do Time Guesser. Okay. All right. So, here we got Time Guesser. Let's play it. Everyone ready? I suspect all of you to help me out here, okay? I suspect all of you to help me out here. I got you, Sylvie. I'm just messing with you, Sylvie. All right. Love having you around here, Sylvie. Okay, so let's continue. So we're gonna do a time limit here. Now I need all of your help, okay? I need all of your help with this. So we'll do 7 minutes. Yeah, right. Hello, welcome back, Roku Show. Okay. All right, because you're always late, Ninjester. All right, what time period do we think this is from? Sylvie, we love having you here, and I hope you know that all of us are insane anyway, so nothing you would say would possibly make us not like you here, okay? Like, we're already crazy, Sylvie, so trust me, you can say whatever you want, you'll fit right in. All right, so where do we think this is, guys? This looks like, what, the UK or some shit? Wait, no, it isn't. It can't be the UK. Postkarten? This looks like Germany, perhaps? Photo studio? That looks like Germany. John Wayne, De Groen Beretten, the Green Beret, okay. This looks like Germany. You think Germany? You think Germany 1960s? Really? Sometimes, are we sure that this isn't Denmark? I'm just making sure that, I mean, not Denmark, the Netherlands. Just because sometimes I have trouble telling the difference between, this does look like, you're right though, someone said the 60s. Okay, you know what, we'll try the 60s. We'll say 1962, the Germany. You think Netherlands? Really? You think the Netherlands? Sometimes I have trouble telling. All right. Well, let's try Germany. I don't care. I'm gonna ignore. Let's say Hanover, Germany, 1962. Everyone ready? Make a guess. Oh, wait. Okay, well, we were 6 years off. We were 6 years off. It was actually 1968. And it was actually the Netherlands, which no one guessed. No one guessed, and I'm ashamed at all of you. No one said the Netherlands. And if anyone did say the Netherlands, I refuse to acknowledge it. Okay, I refuse to acknowledge anyone who may have been correct. I refuse to acknowledge anyone who may have been correct. I refuse to acknowledge anyone who may have been correct because I'm humiliated. Because I'm humiliated. Okay? All right. Okay. All right. You're damn right I am, Cody. All right. Good boy, Dolly boy. Good boy. All right. So you, by the way, Cody, you get a boop. Boop. And who else gets a boop? Drusilla gets a boop. Did Drusilla get a boop, or is Drusilla lying to me? I think no one else. Did you say that, Drusilla? Did you? Are you lying to me, Drusilla? I don't see Drusilla saying anything about the Netherlands anywhere. Okay, well, she was right. Okay, fine. You get a boop. Boop. All right. There. All right. All right. What'd you say, Jonas? Oh, he see us. No, we're not going to do it right now, F1. All right. So here we go. This looks like Brazil. Am I wrong? Does this kind of look like Brazil? Victoria! Victoria! Victoria, are you here? Are you here, Victoria? Is this Rio de Janeiro? It kind of looks like Rio de Janeiro. Victoria! You here? You think Sao Paulo? Actually, it could be Sao Paulo too. I don't know. Every goddamn city. Every goddamn city. Hello, Techno. Welcome. I don't know. I was trying to get Victoria's attention. I don't know if Victoria is in here or not, but Victoria is from Brazil, so I'm stereotyping and assuming that she would know. So we think it's Rio or Sao Paulo. I don't know. All the cities in Brazil are beautiful and look the same because they're all so pretty. So, okay, except for ones that are inland, which I guess probably aren't next to the ocean. You think Rio de Janeiro? Okay, we'll do Rio de Janeiro, and I will say 1958. That sounds about right to me. Rio de Janeiro, 1958. All right, here we go. Yeah, look, it does look like the harbor and shit. Now, where is Cristo de Redeemer? I don't know how to pronounce it. Forgive me. I know it's somewhere around here. I guess fricking Victoria left us. All right, there it is. We'll go right here. Boo. Right about there. And if we're wrong, I'll be very sad. Oh my God, guys, we were only 96 meters from the right location. I'm very proud of all of you. And we were only 2 years off. Oh my God, Meowzord, especially Meowzord, you are just like on fire, okay? On fire. Love you all. You know what? I'm going to hand out a bunch of boops for that. We got Cody, boop. Meowzord, boop. Drusilla, boop. The F1 addict was Ron. Bromp. You got a bromp. Okay. You were also Ron originally, Meowzord. All right. Cody got a boop. All right. Let's go on to the next one. You said you were Ron. You said F1 addict that it was Sao Paulo. You were Ron, and so was Meowzord originally. Okay. How dare you? I don't care. All right, let's go on here. Next one, next round. This looks like this is Ireland, I believe, or is it Northern Ireland, which is still Ireland? Please don't yell at me for using. Yeah, do we think this is Northern Ireland, guys? Or is it oh, am I wrong? It kind of looked like Northern Ireland to me. Oh God, that looks like a death's head thing. I can't see any, like, I think this isn't. Secret. This looks like airborne forces. Yeah, I know it looks like Nazis, but they don't really, do we think this is Belfast? Yeah, like, but they look kind of like Brits, kind of. But, like, they don't look like Nazis necessarily. It looks like kind of airborne forces. I could be wrong. I think it might be Belfast. What's this say? Fusel? Maybe it's France. Jesus Christ, guys, I don't know. I am deeply confused about where this is. I can't really see any words anywhere that would allow me to know for sure. What does that say? Fashions? Okay. Okay, what do we guys think? You think Italy, dairy? You think, all right. It could be World War II. Like, it could be somewhere on the, you know what? Here about this. I am going to, see, it could be France. It could be British troops in France. But, you know what? Let's try, I'm going to try Belfast here. You think it's Derry, though. It could be Derry. Oh, good. They at least they say London Derry / Londonderry. Okay, it's British troops in Britain, I think. Okay, I'll try Derry. We'll try 1950. I don't know. Kind of looks like it could be the 40s too, right? I'll say 49. Everyone ready? It has to be the 60s, really? It could be the 60s. Okay, we'll do 60s. 60. Go. Oh, it was 69. Hey, we were close though. Okay, guys, we were close. We were close. We were this was 1969 and we were 21 kilometers away, but we weren't that far. And we were off by 8 years. Okay, so that's not bad, guys. It's a tank parading through Starband during the Troubles. Okay, so that was good. Oh, Mithril gave the exact year. I'm sorry, Mithril, I missed it. Forgive me. Mithril gets a boop though. Boop. All right, so this is the Troubles. God, I need to do a stream about the Troubles sometime. All right. What do we got here? This is Fearless Champions, Leicester City Football Club. But wait a minute. Huh. Okay, someone needs to help me out. Is this Sri Lanka? Indonesia? Thailand? That's Thai? Okay, so this might be Thailand then. Thai Leicester fans, okay. Am I pronouncing that right, UK people? Now, can we be, like, do we know where this could be? This says Siam, so yeah, probably is Thailand. Forever 21, though. All right, I'm going to see where, like, there's a sign back here. Let's take a look at it. Okay, we'll try Bangkok. Leicester. Okay, my mistake, guys. Leicester. Oh, is it? Okay, then we will go to Bangkok. What year do we think this is? Anyone have an idea of what year this might be? Because the hell if I know. I think maybe like 2026, 2025, 2016. Okay, we'll try 2016. We'll try 2016. Okay. Okay, thank you. We'll try 2016. Oh my God, we were God, guys, I love you all so much. Oh my God, I'm in love. I'm in love with all of you. Yes, okay. It was 2016 exactly. We were only 3.6 kilometers off. I love you all so much. Oh my God. Yeah, like, I can't, you're all great. All right. So we got a lot of points there. Everyone gets a boop. I don't even care. Mithril boop. Cody boop. F1 addict boop. Dolly boy boop. Cody boop. Druzilla boop. Matt Saigai boop. I don't even care. You could have gotten it wrong, and I'll give you a boop anyway, okay? I'm a goddamn socialist. I just hand out the wealth. Virtual violence gets a boop. I don't even care anymore. You all get a boop, okay? Hello, Brucey gets a boop. Brucey wasn't even here, and Brucey gets a boop. Boop. LaCroix, you get a boop. Boop. LaCroix, you never have to apologize to me, all right? There you left one addict. I'm sorry. Here, I'll give you a second boop, F1 addict. Boop. I'm handing out boops like crazy, folks. All right, next round. Virtual violence? How dare you? How dare you use virtual violence? I swear to God. Okay. Here we have, is this going to be another one? Okay. Avondale Food Mart. Hot bread shop. I know this one's harder to see. It's smaller. Lawn bread rolls, round bread rolls, whole meal bread rolls. Pork fingers. Delicatessen, wholesome meat. I don't know. Is this the UK also? Arizona? Really? Okay, maybe it is Arizona. Okay, it might be Avondale, Arizona. All right. Avondale, Arizona. Shit, I don't know where it is in Arizona. I just know it exists. Avondale, Arizona is is it like somewhere? Does it exist? Is it like a thing? You know what? We'll just put it right in dead center and then hope that it's there. Southern? Okay. You know what? I don't see it anywhere. I don't even give a shit. We'll just it's in Phoenix. Okay, we'll just do Phoenix. Okay, I don't give a shit. We'll just do Phoenix, all right. Oh, Avondale, there it is. Avondale, and now you said, I think what, 19 what do we think, guys? What year do we think it is? Vauxhall? What? Oh, really? See, that's when I like this is a Vauxhall, really? Oh yeah, that didn't sell in the US, did it? Are we sure? Are we sure that this is the United States? Brucey. Okay, Brucey, I am kind of going with Brucey here. Do we think it's Australia? I do think it's probably Australia because that car is sussy. But they do, looks like it is in dollars, right? Isn't that the dollar sign? I don't know, guys. I'm gonna just fuck it. I'm gonna just stay with what we were doing. Vauxhall, the Vox is, yeah. Like I don't know. What are we doing? You know what? No. We're gonna do Australia. Oh yeah, I knew. I'm sorry, I knew that. You're right, Brucey. We'll go Australia. Okay, we'll go Australia. And I don't know where that would be here, though. In Australia, should we just like go Sydney or some shit? I don't know. It's a big country. Whatever. We'll go Perth. We have, let's just go Perth. New Zealand. Okay, fine. New Zealand. We'll do New Zealand. Okay, we'll do Zealand. Brucey, we'll do, I don't know, we'll do Blenheim. How does that sound? And we'll say 1989 or 1980. Let's do 1979. Okay, 1979. Everyone ready? Let's go. I'm believing you, Brucey. God damn it. Who said 89? F1, I should have listened to you, F1. Okay. You were right, though. It was New Zealand. We were only 500 kilometers off, so we didn't do bad. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Thank you, Brucey, for correcting us. Brucey and also Jonas somewhat corrected us. Well done. We didn't do terribly. I just wasn't sure where in New Zealand it was. But we were off very badly by the. Thank you very much, Chris Long. Also, you partially got it right. I mean, technically it wasn't there, but okay. I got you, Brucey. Okay, I got you, Brucey. I didn't know you were Australian, Brucey. Fantastic. Welcome from the land down under over there. Welcome to the stream. All right. So thank you. Let's do our final score here. We've done better. We've done better. Yeah, F1 Addict gets another boop. Boop. All right. So does Brucey. Brucey gets 2 boops. Boop, boop. All right. That's okay, Brucey. All right. Let's try it one more time. Okay, let's try this one more time. And then, well, we'll see what happens. Okay, we'll do 7 minutes. Okay, everyone ready? All right, where do we got this? What's this? Does this? That's a very big pillar. Where the hell? This looks American. This looks like old America, and it says here, what does it say there? October. That's a very big pillar. Or maybe it's Ireland? Do they, okay. Dublin, it's Dublin, it's Dublin, it's Dublin, it's Dublin, it's Dublin, Ireland, it's Dublin, Ireland, it's Dublin, Ireland, okay? It says Dublin there, it's Dublin, Ireland. It says Dublin, help Dublins. Or maybe I'm wrong. You think it's London? Oh my God, this is not an easy one. So is this before the Blitz then? It could be London before the Blitz. Ugh, Nelson's Pillar, London. Okay, fine. We'll do Nelson's Pillar, London, what, 1930, what, or 1940? Nelson's Pillar, London, 1940? Okay, so does that sound about right? Oh, it was knocked down in the 60s. Really? Guys, this doesn't look like the 60s, though. Like the hats and shit. Are you sure this is the 60s? And the cars? Are you sure it's the 60s? Okay. So you know what? I'm gonna say Dublin. I think it's Dublin. So we'll say Dublin, and I think this is the I don't know. It's definitely, I think I'm gonna say 1930s. 1935 or something, okay? It's okay. We'll see F1 Addict. We will see. The cars are 1950s. Really? I don't know. Like, okay, fine. We'll do this. We'll do Dublin 1949. That'll be sort of a. Okay, we'll try that. Make a guess. Oh my God. Yes. So it was Dublin. We were 800 meters from the correct location. Okay. And we were only 3 years off. So, oh my God, guys, that is teamwork. That is teamwork. Very good teamwork, okay? So that's very, very good teamwork. Love that. Love that. Okay. You're very good at this. Oh, thank you, Brucey. Thank you. That's not bad at all. Fantastic. All right. Great news. Yeah, F1 Addict. You lose a boop, okay? Yeah. For the people who I should have just said Dublin. That's what I thought originally. But anyway, okay. You do get a bonk. Bonk. All right. Especially since Dolly Boy isn't here for me to bonk. That sounded dirty. But anyway. All right. Let's see here. Next round. Was it Meowsword? Meowsword, you get a boop. Boop. Oh, okay. Hello, Dolly Boy. All right. Boop. Sorry, Dolly Boy. I love you. I'm an asshole. Okay. Ooh. Oh my goodness. Oh, I thought it was on fire. Jesus Christ. I'm like, that's kind of R-rated. Why do we have a bunch of people on fire in a stand? So, you guys are going to have to help me. I don't know much about sports or shit. Okay. What is this? Golf? I don't like what is going on. So it looks like there is sporting club, something, we got a bunch of sporting fans here. I don't know where we are or what we're doing. It's a joke, Matt Steige. Okay. We think it's Lisbon? Soccer hooligans. Okay. Yeah, like soccer hooligans. What do we think? Brazil? Really, Doug? But like FedEx, it says I think that says 2015. I could be wrong, or could be, I don't know. Where are we, guys? Way up top, there's words. Oh, yes, there is. UEFA Champions League. What the hell is that, guys? What is the UAFE? Oh, got you. Oh, I got you. Okay. UAFE Champions League. What is that? Do we think so? Ultras 2024 Champions League game between Arsenal and Lisbon. So we think it's Lisbon? There's a lot of very fascist looking. Okay, I know. Oh, wait, yep, there's Portugal. There's the Portugal coat of arms. Okay. I will say that I will gladly say that it's Lisbon. All right. All you football nerds out there can help me out here. All right. And okay, so we'll say Lisbon. What's the year, guys? We think 2024. We doing 2024, 2025? Lisbon 2015. I'm getting different responses here. Do we think 2015 or 2024? Okay, we'll do 2024. 2024. All right, everyone ready? Lisbon 2024, make a guess. Oh my God, you guys, you were so right. Oh, you guys are doing so well. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. All right, so we got here. We got 100. We got 100% on the year, guys. 100%, and we were only 4 kilometers out. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, well done, everyone. Next one here. Okay, so this is wait a minute. This is confusing. So there's French, this looks like Paris. There's like French architecture back here. You see that? And then there's these folks, is this Hindu? This looks like I forget what is it called? It's like it's a Hindu procession, right? I forget what it's called. Okay. Thank you, Matt Saigai. So we think that this is wait, so it's incorrect. Okay, one second. Do we think so? Is it Paris then? It's in India, Matt Saigai. Okay, but Matt Saigai, I'm honestly asking, is there architecture like that in India? This looks very French to me, this architecture back here. And I know that the French had a hold in India a little bit, but like there was also, okay, I thought so. Okay, that's good. So there might be some French things around here. Okay, so we'll say India. All right. Now, oh my God, I need to remind myself where. South of India? Okay. Corella Deville. Okay, where? I'm a fool. You know what? I'll just put it's somewhere down in the south, right? Somewhere down in the south. We'll do that. Okay. It is further down. Okay, we'll do this. All right, let's do this. We'll do this. Okay, so we'll do right there. Look good enough to me. All right, everyone ready? When do we think it says 1999? You think so? Okay, we'll say 1999. I wish we had. I'm trying to see like what the fashion is here. God, I feel like I'm looking at a bunch of naked men's bodies by trying to get this close. Okay. Oh my God, look at this guy, like right in his face. Jesus. Okay. We'll say 1999. Matt Saigai! Matt Saigai. I swear to God, Matt Saigai, this is what I get for trusting you again, Matt Saigai. Matt Saigai, you get a bromp. Bromp! And you officially lose all of your boops for the day, okay? I am exempting you from your boops. Now, I will say, luckily, it was 1999, okay? You know what I do? I transfer all your boops to the F1 addict who got it correct, okay? F1 addict gets all of Matt Saigai's boops. And we did get it right, though. We got the year right, okay? So at least we got a little over half the score. We got a little over 50%, all right? But Matt Saigai, I swear to God, okay, all right. We're going to pretend that this didn't happen, folks. We're going to pretend like we didn't lose 5,000 points. Brucey, don't you dare point out my flaws, okay? Matt Saigai, there were white people around the edges. Okay, you know what? That's okay. That's okay. So guys, now I'm guessing that this is in the UK, right? I'm guessing this is in the UK, all right? I'm guessing this is in the UK, or it looks like a club down the street from me. Anyway, no, I'm just joking. This is the UK, and I really suspect that this is the UK, mainly because of the large stone monoliths that are sitting there. Okay, which makes me think that that is Stonehenge, which I'm pretty sure there's only one of in the world, and I'm pretty sure that is in the UK. So we can we're going to, I guess you say, we'll take a look at we'll decide. Now, do we know what date this is? Can we guess the date? Can we guess the date on this? Does anyone know? Where did my mouse go? There it is. All right, what's the date on this? Let's look at how they're dressed. Don't look at their genitals, look at how they're dressed, etc. We think 2000 and something. There's someone wearing a hat, okay? It kind of looks 2000-ish to me. Looks very 2000-ish to me. 2014? Okay, let's go to the UK over here. 2014. All right, we'll try 2014. Now, where am I? Why am I down here? Let's go up, 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 up. Now, Wiltshire, right? It's in Wiltshire, right? I need to remind myself where, as I recall. Wiltshire, welcome to Wiltshire. How small is Wiltshire? Should I be able to see it? It's somewhere. Okay, you're going to embarrass me. It's in Salisbury. There it is. Okay, so it's near here, right? It's near Salisbury. It's somewhere around here, right? I need to see where around here it is, though. You know what, Cody? How dare you? Okay, how dare you? We had a revolution so that I can pronounce these things however I want. Okay, just kidding. Okay, Wiltshire, Salisbury. I don't know. It's somewhere around here. Who knows? I'll just put it in the middle of Salisbury. I don't know. We'll say 2018. All right. I mean, I'm really annoyed that I don't know exactly where this thing is because I used to. Ugh, oh well. Okay, 2024. Okay, we'll do 2024. Why not? 2024. Everyone ready? Salisbury, 2024. Make a guess. Okay, we weren't wrong. We were only 9 kilometers out. And we were right. We were 100% right on the date. Okay, guys. Not bad. We did really well on that one. We got spot on, and I'm really proud of all of you. All right? You all get a boop. Boop. You got a very high-pitched boop there. All right? High-pitched boop. Let's go on to the next page here. All right, this is this Sweden? This kind of looks like Sweden. Yep, it's Sweden. I automatically knew that it's Sweden, okay? This is definitely Sweden, all these flags and shit. Now, I don't know, who are these people? There's some sort of special people, I'm sure. There's some kind of was this Gustavus Adolphus or something? I don't know the name of the current Swedish monarch or whatever. But, like, it's definitely Sweden. Now, I'm guessing it's Stockholm, given that it's a royal procession. So, like, what year was the most recent monarch coronated or whatever in Sweden? I don't even know. Is this even the monarch, or is this just, like, 2015? All right. Drusilla, you know this. You're basically Swedish, right? You're basically Swedish, right, Drusilla? So, like, who is this? Is this Gustavus Adolphus? I'm joking. Of course, I know it's not Gustavus Adolphus. Is it Franz Ferdinand? Who is it? Like, is this Nicholas II? I don't even know. It's not the current monarch. Oh, okay. So then it's probably if we go back in time, who was the monarch before this? Who was the monarch? Was it Bin Salman or something? I'm sorry, Drusilla, forgive me. Okay, we'll do 2015. All right, 2015. All right, 2015. This is probably Tsar Sophia. I don't know. Okay, I know, Drusilla, you don't like the Swedes. They have a friendly competition over there, folks. Okay, so we'll try 2015 in the middle of Stockholm. Yeah, it could be Carl Gustaf. Oh, is that really their name, Carl Gustaf? That's funny. I thought it was like what is it? What's his name? I thought it was Charles Habsburg or something. I don't know. Guys, they all run together. They all run together. Is this Louis VIII? I don't know. They all run together. Let's go on here. Make a guess. Okay, we were 5 years off, but we were very close. We were only 4 kilometers. We were only 4 kilometers from the from getting right. And we were 5 off in years. So you know what? I'm not going to give anyone credit, except for I'm going to be nice to Drusilla because I was rude about her favorite country, which is Sweden. So I'm going to give, even though Drusilla's from Norway, so I'm going to give her a boop. Boop. There you go, Drusilla. There's a boop for Drusilla. All right. Oh, he's the king? Okay. He's the king. Gotcha. And, well, I didn't vote for him, as they would say in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Okay. All right. Okay. Final score here. Okay, you know what, guys? I am deeply unimpressed in all of you. We did not do well these last 2 rounds. We have done much better in the past. Now, I will say everyone can blame Matt Saigai this time because we lost 5,000 points because of his reckless disregard for the white people in that last photo, okay? Yes, I phrased it that way on purpose to be an asshole. Because Matt Saigai is racist and he doesn't think white people exist. Matt Saigai is gonna kill me. I know he's gonna kill me now. All right, so I know you will, Matt Saigai. Okay, and so the reckless disregard for the community. Yeah, like we lost. Like almost all of these points are because of Matt Saigai. I just want to be clear about that. All right, and you're totally right there, Dolly Boy. Okay. So, all right, let's see the breakdown here. Look at this. I just want to show you, look, we can actually see the Dolly Boy. Don't start with me, Dolly Boy. You were doing well there for a second. All right, we can break down the points here. Look at this. We got a lot of points here, a lot of points here. Oh, terrible points here because that was Matt Saigai, and then a lot of points and a lot of points. So we did pretty well. Okay, we did pretty well. Matt Saigai, good. You're learning, Matt Saigai. You're going to shame him into donating. Meowzard. Don't you say that, Meowzard, all right? Okay, everyone, I'm going to put my face up. All right, guys. You know what time it is? It's time for me to leave all of you here and abandon all of you. Or is it? Is it that time? What time is it? It's like, it's almost 5. Okay, yeah, it's time for me to abandon all of you. Now, I would like to remind everyone. Oh, Lemira, I forgot you're here. Yay. I would like to remind everyone that Toya, who is no longer here, is the new King of Fools because of her victory today. And I love all of you. You're all great. Now, I mean, most of you I don't like, but but all of you I love, minus most of you. And I might tomorrow we are Charlie Krikani. Okay. Tomorrow I'm gonna be streaming again, okay, of course. And I might come on later tonight, actually. I don't want it, Cody. I don't want your nonsense, okay? I'm going to overthrow it. Our fooldom is a monarchy, not very Laquan, I swear to God. Oh, thank you, TJ. You know I hate you too, all right? It's this vitriolic hatred. So I will come back on tomorrow, and I might come back on later tonight, depending on how I'm feeling. I might do like an after dark stream. I'm kind of feeling like in a good enough mood to do it, or like I have enough energy to do it, but I might change my mind after I eat. So we'll see. So be prepared if I might come back on later for a late night Friday after dark stream, and I might even be drinking something. And if not tonight, we can try to do one tomorrow, right? And keep up the hope, people, and shit like that. Despite how terrible everything is, have a good weekend. If you do have a weekend, God knows we need a little bit of a break, okay? And everyone ready for this? First of all, what am I going to say, guys? What am I going to say? Someone say it in chat. What's the first thing I'm going to say? What's the first thing I'm going to say? All right. What is the first thing I'm going to say here? Someone tell it in chat. Tell me in chat. What is the first thing I'm going to say? Thank you, Lamira. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. People don't deserve to be slaughtered mercilessly. They're human beings, and we need to remember they're human beings. All right? And I'm very grossed up. I'm like really grossed out by a lot of this shit. Okay? Grossed out by a lot of this shit. So first of all, free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to question authority figures. Okay, that includes in You Watch Me. I say this every time, folks. I'm not perfect. I'm a human being. I'm not better than any of you. I'm just on the other side of a screen. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. The whole purpose of a jester historically was to mock people in power and shit like that. I am a mockery of a person in power, all right? You shouldn't take me seriously. I'm a guy. I'm wearing a jester's outfit, for God's sake, okay? So there's that, all right? We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their institutions because they're not getting what they need out of those institutions. We need major reforms in this country. I think we need revolutionary change. We do. We need it. And you can't stand in the center, folks. You cannot stand in the center. The fascists will walk all over you. Don't lay down like a slug. Don't stand in the center. Resist. On the wall behind me is a sword that's been passed down in my family for many years. It's called Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. I have it back there to remind all of you that our ancestors have made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. They even put their lives on the line and lost their lives. We cannot let their sacrifices go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifices go to waste. And always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you're all human beings. You all deserve respect and dignity. Don't let people take that from you, okay? Doesn't matter if you're black, white. I know I sound like a self-help book or whatever, but it's just true. Who cares about your skin color? It's so annoying, or your religion or whatever. Who cares? Okay, Jesus Christ, we're all stuck on this planet floating through space together. We might as well not be assholes, okay? Okay, anyway. Have a good morning, evening, noon, night, day, wherever you may be in the world. Love you all very much. Please join our Discord. Okay, bye-bye.